this is. And for those of you that aren't, just chill. See, we're going to get down to the other stuff here in a second. But what I'm always trying to get everybody to understand is everything is vibration. So, before we do anything else, just vibe. Yeah. Welcome to the Gemini Sun Scorpio Moon vibration. This is priceless knowledge of self. Just let it seep in.
Said my car as I worked her wheel. Said my car as I worked her wheel on the
Boulevard.
Oh my God. Her heels so high, she skipped the curb and ran in your yard. She's so super fly. Crush living inside. This shit way too old for me to drive, but I really don't care at all. She let me ride her walls and pop a trunk, turn her eye, give her thumb,
And she needed.
and she wanted. There's no denying how I feel, 'cause this love is so real.
Said my car as I worked her wheel.
Said my car as I worked her wheel on the boulevard. She go hard, no matter when if I push her button, she start. She's so outside.
Make sure y'all hit the like button as you come in the door.
Ain't no shame in her game. You just ain't her type, and there ain't no lie at all. She creep and crawl, and without stall or pause, I break her off.
What's up, Johnny Sin?
She wanted. There's no denying how I feel, 'cause this love is so real.
Said my car as I worked her wheel.
Said my car as I worked her wheel. Never ever have I seen a girl like you before. I love to hug onto your curves, don't ever.
That's John Sturgis. What's up, baby?
Take our run the light and pedal to the flow and take us higher than we've ever been.
Place where no one goes.
Let's go.
Place where no one knows.
Just fine.
Let's go.
Place where no one goes.
Let's go.
A place for no one.
She loves me. Said my car as I worked her wheel.
We're going to take just a few minutes to let a few more people trickle in. And then we're going to get down to the nitty gritty. Now today, that means I'm going to touch on the transits and elaborate on the aspects that might be affecting you. But after that, we're going to get into the priceless top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them. And I'm not talking about specific placements. We're going to talk about signs in their energetic entirety. So just chill. And if you haven't smiled yet today, now would be the perfect time to do so. This is a Scorpio moon vibe. I'm going to be talking about astrology, but specifically the top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them.
I really ain't.
Just cool.
You coming through now? Are you gonna come later?
Just let it seep in.
Man, I'm just saying. Man, I really really ain't tripping. You do what you want. It's a bad decision. Yeah.
Straight like that. Kirko.
Shawty, put your hands on me. I know you got a plan for me. Don't act like you ain't came for me. And everything you got, I need. Girl, I'ma make you comfortable. Enough to give your body to me. Girl, I'ma make you comfortable. Enough to spend the night with me.
You can't even spell, Annette Donovan. We ain't worried about you.
Wake up in the morning, I won't.
Spell it.
Are you coming through now? Are you gonna come later?
Welcome to the Scorpio Moon Vibe.
Man, I really ain't tripping.
We can do whatever you want.
It's a bad decision.
One more time.
Yeah. Shawty, put your hands on me. I know you got a plan for me. Don't act like you ain't came for me. And everything you got, I need. Girl, I'ma make you comfortable. Enough to give your body to me. Girl, I'ma make you comfortable. Enough to spend the night with me. And when I wake up in the morning, I want pork chops and eggs, baby. Wake up in the morning, I want pork chops and eggs, baby. We ain't got no time for no love songs or conversation. Why you playing, baby? Cause I know you came here for something.
Yeah.
Don't act like you don't want it. Girl, you know why you came through. Let me show you how much I fuck with you.
This is that Gemini Sun Scorpio Moon Vibe.
Got your legs wide open now. Got your legs wide open now. Kissing your body and I'm going down. Now, baby, I'ma slow it down. You sound like the way you handle me and the way I make them panties lick.
Yeah.
You say you used to have fantasies, but now you right here with me. Baby, you can take your time.
Yeah.
You got all night, girl, to the side. But if you wanna take this ride, then pull them panties to the side. I wanna meet your inner freak.
Tiny Drea.
I wanna meet that side that you don't ever show. I'm sipping on this Hennessy. Tryna see how long it take to lose some clothes. Cause I know you came here for something, babe. Came here for something, babe. Tonight I'm trying to fuck you, I ain't came here for nothing, babe. This song for them girls that come real late and say I ain't fucking, babe.
Is you fucking crazy?
Oh yeah, cause I know you came here for something.
Yeah.
Don't act like you don't want it.
What's up, Nezzy?
Girl, you know why you came through. Let me show you how much I fuck with you. Got your legs wide open now. Got your legs wide open now. Kissing your body and I'm going.
This is some Scorpio Moon vibrational therapy.
You sound like the way you handle me and the way I make them panties lick. You say you used to have fantasies, but somebody right here with me. We just gon' be fucking, baby. Say please don't catch no feelings, babe.
Don't catch no feelings.
Say we just gon' be fucking, babe. Don't tell me how you feeling, babe, or how you living, babe. We just gon' be fucking.
Yeah.
Don't need no kissing, hugging. Say we just gon' be fucking, babe. We just gon' be fucking, babe. Oh yeah. I don't wanna take my time. I don't wanna whine and dine, yeah. I don't wanna whine and dine, yeah. I don't wanna take my time. I don't wanna whine and dine, yeah. Dine, yeah. I don't wanna whine and dine, yeah. I don't wanna take take my time. I don't wanna whine and dine. I don't wanna tell you all the things that I feel inside. I don't wanna take you out.
Yeah, this is the Gemini Sun Scorpio moon
The
vibe.
things I did last night. Cause I don't want you to feel like it's just another night. Yeah, I may be drunk, but I'm protected. And whenever I'm drunk, my stroke perfected. But don't want you to fall in love. Don't want you to call me up. Don't want you to text me or call me on holidays. I can't be involved with you. Don't need you to check on me. Don't need that stress on me. Can't give you the best of me. No, you won't think less of me. Don't need you to know my real name. Don't need you to know my real name. That girl don't be taking no pictures and posting, man. Don't need that exposure, man. We just gon' be fucking. Yeah, we just gon' be fucking. Don't need no kissing, hugging. Cause we just gon' be fucking. I ain't gon' fuck you like I love you now, babe. I ain't gon' fuck you like I miss you now, babe. And when we fuck, I ain't gon' kiss you now, babe. And when I see you, we gon' fuck, that's all, babe.
That's all, babe.
Hey, I'm so young. Hey, you so young.
We're going to take just a few minutes to let a few more people trickle in. And then we're going to get into
Can't be that one.
what's going on energetically.
Can't be that one. I don't want that serious shit. You don't want that serious shit. I don't wanna, you don't wanna, we don't wanna deal with that shit. So let's keep it real quick. I don't wanna take you and show you off at the club. We meet up after the club. I don't care, you can pick all of these athletes up and all of these rappers up. You ain't gotta tell me nothing. You ain't gotta tell me nothing. But girl, don't you ask about none of the girls I'm with. Cause I may go tell you one. I don't wanna come off wrong. I don't wanna come off strong. I don't wanna take you home. Cause you try to stay too long. Yeah, I might be drunk, but I'm protected, baby.
Just let it seep in.
Yeah, we never.
Because after we touch on the transits and elaborate on the aspects that might be affecting you, we're going to get into the priceless top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them in astrology.
We just gon' be fucking.
Yeah.
Don't need no kissing, hugging. Cause we just gon' be fucking. I ain't gon' fuck you like I love you now, babe. I ain't gon' fuck you like I miss you now, babe. And when we fuck, I ain't gon' kiss you now, babe. And when I see you, we gon' fuck, that's all, babe. Hey, I'm so young. Hey, you so young. Let's have some fun.
The vibe is the most important part.
Can't be that one.
Let me take you to Texas.
Studio and I ain't tripping, babe. I'm in the studio and I ain't tripping, babe. Young nigga in the studio and I ain't tripping, babe.
Yeah. Straight ThE.
I'm in the studio and I ain't tripping, babe. These girls don't understand me, and these niggas, they can't stand me. I've been holding age jumped down for so long. You ain't gotta tell me I'm the man here. My hoes don't wear no drawers, man. I ain't never kept no panties. And when it come to hoes in Houston, I didn't fuck the baddest, but I'm in the studio, so they ain't tripping, babe.
This is priceless knowledge of self.
I'm in the studio, so they ain't tripping,
This
babe.
is some Scorpio moon vibrational therapy. This is the Vibe Tribe, and it ain't gonna be for everybody. There are thousands of us all over the world. We're not thirsty for subscribers or hungry for attention. No. One more time.
I've been holding age jumped down for so long. You ain't gotta tell me I'm the man here. My hoes don't wear no drawers, man. I ain't never kept no panties. And when it come to hoes in Houston, I didn't fuck the baddest, but I'm in the studio, so they ain't tripping, babe.
Yeah.
I'm in the studio, so they ain't tripping, babe. I say I'm in the studio, but she ain't tripping, babe.
You just need a vibe because you need to be able to feel this before you can hear me.
This old bitch wanna fuck me and she tell me that I'm lucky. She say she ain't gave that pussy to nobody but her husband. I I got in her, then she feel me. She say this shit feel like heaven. And the crazy part about this shit, her husband is the Reverend.
Yeah.
I'm in the studio. I'm in the studio, so I ain't tripping, baby. And one of my ancient wood grain gripping, baby. And when she in the A, she would grain gripping, baby. I say I'm in the studio, I'm trying to get it, baby. But she trying to fuck me in the studio, but she ain't tripping, baby. Oh yeah.
We're gonna take just a few minutes to let a few more people trickle in. And then I'm gonna get into an energetic forecast. That means I'm gonna touch on the transits and elaborate on the aspects that might be affecting you astrologically. But then after that, we're gonna get into the priceless top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them in astrology. Just 5.
Let me play with your emotions.
Make sure y'all hit the like button as you come in the door. We're gonna jam one more and then we're gonna get down to it.
Well, a motherfucker could never control me, only squeeze me and hold me. That's what the hoe came up and told me. Now she OG, but in my mouth is where the gold be, cause I be pimpin' it like Goldie. Gotta get paid in this age, my fingers ain't made just to be chopping up confetti with. If it's already dick, you better steady lick. If you ain't with it, you can get, cause I ain't even on that petty shit. So who the fuck you rockin' petty with? The little kid is like a rhythm, lyric and a arithmetic. Pick them up quick and they give them the dig, thinking I'm innocent, they up in the mouth, shopping for me, picking the fit. I got them havers nose red, and when we get in the bed, I be leaving them with froze legs. I feel I made them wanna pose there, but you really got them until you get up in them hoes head. I don't mean to sound bogus enough, but it's the bomb when I be hopping them cuties thinking I'm in love with them when I'm rubbing them. Be getting pub with them in the club with them, smoke a dub with them, hugging them, freaking in the tub with them. I think you paid for machine tripping cause she know she got what she paid for. She honor my name, I got a tame, here gone. I was speaking with the game of ways to make more. Let me play with your emotions, ho. To the rhythm of a hi-hat. Take a puff of live back. Let me stimulate your mind right now. I know you wanna try that. Now motherfucker, can you buy that? Tell me, baby, can you buy that?
I got you under my complete
Control.
control.
You know what's worth more than $1 to go. Now don't be bogus in the night. Emotions, ho. To the rhythm of a hi-hat. Take a puff of live back. Let me stimulate your mind right now. I know you wanna try that. Now motherfucker, can you buy that? Tell me, baby, can you buy that? I got you under my complete control. You know what's worth more than $1 to go. Now don't be bogus in the night. Now how the fuck you gon' act, ho? I saw you creeping out the back door. What you run up on my Mac for? Now you on your back slow, cause you know I got you with my lasso. Blow your mind like an afro. Come and take a glimpse in the stairs. See the aroma of a pimp in the air. I bet you notice the smell. It's like a lotus when I float this. Cause my eyes be the lowest. If you didn't notice, then you're bogus as hell. I'm putting women under my spell. Like I'm up in the brain, pooping that bang with game for the anatomy that's feminine. Lifting them up with adrenaline. Got them geeking with speaking, approaching up a pimp like a gentleman. Submission is surrendering, and ain't no ending if it's on with a blunt from a bomb stack. In the right place with the right mind and the right line, you can get a lifetime contract. They be wise until they look into your eyes. A shorty creep when she spotted mine. Took her over to my crib, lay low, hit her off from behind, and she signed on the dotted line. The whole is live.
Ooh, Dad. Why you doing me like this? I do anything to be with you. You got me going in the head.
Your mind, I don't mean to make a disaster of like my dad, a master love. But if a motherfucker breaking you for every penny you earn, then how could you still show the bastard love? I guess it's cause I'm cold, shit. Thought you was gonna be spinning me, I bet you think a show did. But game, recognize game, now you lame in the brain. Stupid bitch, that's what you get for trying to go deep. Now let me play with your emotions, ho. Take a rhythm of a highlight. Take a from a live back. Just stimulate your mind, body, and soul. I know you wanna try that. Now motherfucker, can you buy that? Tell me, baby, can you buy that? I got you under
Now let me put you up on game.
now don't be bogus in the night.
Since we all doing all this bumping. This is priceless knowledge of self. You're tuned in with the Vibe Tribe. We're here to raise the vibration with this knowledge and information, and it ain't gonna be for everybody. Plain and simple. We're gonna talk about astrology and numerology and all types of things that help you obtain knowledge of self. If you ain't with that, swipe up, bitch. We're not thirsty for subscribers or hungry for attention. If you want to be a motherfucking comedian, do it on your own time. Go start your own channel and show everybody your talents. If you have any, then we'll subscribe to you. But anybody on some troll shit or some fuck shit is going to be exposed immediately. I'm talking about banned, exiled, expeditiously. Because it's not for you. Plain and simple, it's not for you. It's out of love, not hate. And we definitely ain't angry. You just can't fuck up the vibe. So go stick your thumb in your ass on your own time, family. We on some trill shit. Fire.
This be hype, the verbal tantrum. Getting with my man Twist. If you should suck my soul, I should lick your funky emotions. Nothing is good unless you play with me, baby. I know you think it's blasphemy, but won't you give my voice and ask for me? After he passed the beat, since you said up with your majesty, I had to see. And when you get paid, the rest of cash to me. Is it a tragedy that I can get a soul on? The whole you for talking about love a lot, but I only love a guy. That's when they grip on mic, I wanna hug the Glock, I wanna rub the twat. I'm picking up a dub spot. Fuck the host of the clubs and the phony perpetrators with dogs and speed knives, smash cool, do a die, psychodrama, push your conflict, be criminal with gators and dogs. Collect the papers and God. Play your haters' remarks to get smoked to a blood dub. So keep walking, the next time you hear grown folks talking, motherfuckers better shut the fuck up. Cause we make the women suck up. You insist to be tripping while we be gaming like Don Juan, but the filet mignon, the grateful upon them hoes and stake the charm because we made the bomb. Now I don't mean no harm, but either come on in and get on gone and let me put my potion slow. In between your thighs, come take a pull and vibe and let your tongue go coast and over. Let me play with your emotions.
Yeah, this is a Scorpio moon vibe.
I know you wanna try that. Motherfucker, can you buy that? Tell me, baby, can you buy that?
I got you under my complete control.
I know we focus on the night. Emotions, hoes, take a look at my control. You know what's worth more than I know we focus on the night. I wanna play with your emotions.
Yeah. Now, without further ado, let's talk about what's going on cosmically. Because there's a lot. And as I said just a few minutes ago, what I'm going to do is tell y'all about what's going on energetically. That means I'm going to touch on the transits that are going on astrologically. I'm going to elaborate on the aspects that might be affecting you. But then after we get done with that, we're going to get into the PrIcElEs top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them in astrology. So yeah. Just vibe. Now, the sun now sits at 28 degrees of Gemini. That means the next time you see me, we will probably be in Cancer season. As a matter of fact, we'll be approaching that Cancer full moon. I mean, that Capricorn full moon. Now, before we get there, as we come to this culmination of Gemini energy, what you see is people feeling more eclectic. You see people feeling like their energy is spread a little thin. This is where people's curiosity is at its zenith. This is where learning is everything. It's where communication is key. Straight like that. This is where the world was filled with wonder. This is where curiosity might be getting the best of us. Now you do have to be careful with that. Be very, very careful with that. Because curiosity did kill the kitty. Especially if I wanted to know. Now, the sun is conjunct to Venus, but square to Neptune. Now, with the sun conjunct to Venus, but this being Gemini and Cancer, This is where people start to feel some type of way about something, about somebody. But they're not quite sure what to make of it. This is where you could even see people talking about their feelings more than usual. And that leads to deeper bonds. Or it could also lead to some people saying, hey, you know what? This is more than what I bargained for. This is an out of sign conjunction. So it's two energies operating simultaneously. Now, the problem is, the sun is also square to Neptune, and this is the sun in Gemini square to Neptune in Pisces. And this is coming into an exact square. That means Neptune is almost Kazemi. Kazemi means in the heart of the sun or in the heart of the king. That means Neptune is within 1 degree of the sun. That means it's emboldened and emblazoned, but this is Neptune. And so, when you see the sun square to Neptune, people's imagination is being stoked. This is where people's sensitivities is greatly exaggerated. This is where people are aware of everything, but that doesn't help. It creates confusion. You know, now, through conversation, psychic attunement can lead to some compassion, but there's going to be a lot of false attempts. There's going to be a lot of deception that's also possible. People straight up lying. And that'll be all right. That will be all right. But more than anything else, with the sun square to Neptune, sensitivity is really, 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 really intense right now. People are aware of everything. They notice everything. They're affected by everything. Plain and simple. And for some people, that leads to creative prowess. But for most people, that's going to lead to confusion and disillusion and even delusions. Is that going to be you? That's the question. Plain and simple. There's a light shining on imagination and spirituality. And look where we are. But you have to be careful. People are saying anything, and there's a lot of people that are going to believe everything, whether it's real or not. Be careful with that. You could also see yourself going in circles. You're so sensitive, you're so aware that you don't know what to do with it. Be careful. Be very, very careful. Yeah. Just fine. Now that brings us to the moon. And the moon is now sitting at 19 degrees of Scorpio. So people are more secretive than ever right now. People are sensitive, but they're trying to hide it. People are feeling things intensely. So control has to be the main ingredient. You know, people are feeling emotionally raw and uncomfortably vulnerable. See, even though Scorpio is a water sign, the moon falls in Scorpio because it's intense, it's chaotic, it's dangerous, it's deep. It's not cool, calm, collective. It's not freely expressive. It's volatile, explosive. You know, people's receptive nature becomes darker and somewhat withdrawn. Intuition is off the charts. As a matter of fact, people are tuned into what's not being said, even more than what's being said. They're even quite attuned to their own feelings. And that right there makes them feel a little bit too vulnerable, a little bit too raw. So they try to bury it. But when they bury it, that's where it becomes dangerous. Oh yeah. And then because of that, it comes bubbling out at the most inopportune of times. See, feelings that are normally hidden could be ready to erupt at any moment. That's the moon in Scorpio. And then everybody else wants to know what you're hiding. Now, the moon just so happens to be in an exact trine with Saturn, who has stationed. And that means there's a cooperation between emotions and limits, but there's also a certain depression that can kick in right now. The moon in Scorpio trine to Saturn in Pisces is very, very dangerous. It's interesting because once you get through the dangerous part, it's very healing. But if you can't get through the dangerous part, oh, it can be bad. It's going to be more difficult for people to express their sentiments, but at the same time, there's this potential to crystallize your feelings. For you to really, really figure out what's going on, but that's not always a good thing. There's going to be some times where people feel things so intensely that they're going to look for an escape. This is the moon trying to Saturn in Pisces. They're going to be trying to get high. But the moon is in Scorpio. Things are a matter of life and death. Plain and simple. You can fuck around and die. You fuck around and kill somebody. You fuck around and fuck yourself up. You fuck around and sink into a deep depression. Be careful. For real. See, when you get into deep lakes and you get into the ocean, it's not always the current on top. It's not just the waves. There's something else that's called undercurrent. That is probably the most dangerous thing in the water. Because you could be swimming fine and get sucked down into it. Now, with Saturn being in Pisces, you could get sucked into some shit that doesn't even belong to you. You could get sucked into somebody else's bullshit, somebody else's emotional pits. With the sun squared at Neptune, you can see yourself affected by the mood of the moment or the temperature of the time. It's way too much. It's very interesting. Yeah. Things have taken on a very extreme tone. But you have to remember, just because you're built like that, it doesn't mean you have to build like that. And what I mean is we all have all of this energy available to us. This isn't just happening for one person. These are the universal transits. So what you do with it is what you do with it. And even beyond that, it's not about what you do. It's about how you do it. And that's some priceless knowledge in itself. And this is some priceless knowledge of self. Hit the like button if you haven't yet. Now, that brings us to Mercury. And since we last spoken, Mercury has transitioned from Gemini into Cancer. And so, with Mercury sitting now at 3 degrees of Cancer, people's thoughts become more emotionally influenced than normal. People's memory becomes more retentive than ever. People could even become nostalgic. Now, this energy is going to work fine as long as nothing that anybody is depending on for emotional stability or security is threatened. Now, if somebody's loved one or their home or any of that shit is threatened or it feels unstable, then people can become mentally unstable. Oh yeah. Nethy Cakes, Mercury is actually transiting my sun right now. My sun is 4 degrees Cancer. Mercury is at 3 degrees Cancer. So yeah, this is where we at. You can find yourself caught up in a memory. You can see yourself thinking about how you feel, or expressing your feelings more freely. Now, what's cool is Mercury is conjunct to Venus because Venus is at 1 degrees of Cancer. So this isn't a bad energy. This is a perfect time for you to use this energy from the Gemini sun and with the moon in Scorpio to tell people how you feel. What's up, Julia? This is the perfect time to tell somebody how you feel. This is the perfect time to commit to something or somebody. And you know exactly what to say. That's the beautiful thing with Mercury conjunct to Venus. People know exactly what to... Getting into a place where you feel confident in expressing yourself. Am I still frozen? Yeah, it was just for a second.
Sky.
Fine. Yeah. But this is an ideal day for conversation, and it's an ideal day for negotiation. It's an ideal day to communicate how you feel to somebody. And it's also an ideal day for you to listen to how somebody else feels. Plain and simple. Let people express themselves to you emotionally. Take the time to express yourself authentically and emotionally. And that could really be helpful in your relationships. This is also a great time for artistic endeavors, finances. As ironic as it might seem, this is going to be where people are feeling patriotic or people are really proud of where they came from with Venus in Cancer. And here's the thing. With Mercury in Cancer, it might be a little more challenging to express pure logic or to exercise pure logic. I appreciate the love, Danny Bethea Brahma. I love you, mama. But yeah, this is a perfect time to really just tune into how you feel, you know. And like I said earlier, people might be more nostalgic or their memory might be being stoked right now because your thoughts can tend to turn to the past and maybe even to certain domestic stuff. That's the truth. And people are going to be communicating with more sensitivity than usual. But you also have to look at that from the perspective that people are going to be taking things more personal than ever. You hear me? People are going to be taking things more personal than ever. And people are also thinking more intuitively. Sometimes they just know. And more than anything else, the best thing is your memory is guaranteed to improve when Mercury's in Cancer. Now, with Venus in Cancer, I read earlier that there's going to be a greater urge for people to nurture and to protect their loved ones. And I could see that. But I also think that with Venus in Cancer, there's also going to be a greater tendency for people to get caught up in their feelings. We shifted from that Gemini energy, which it wasn't feeling centric. It was stimulation centric. Or Venus in Gemini into Venus in Cancer. And so this is the time where people catch feelings. This is the time where you yourself might catch feelings. And as long as you feel secure with somebody or in your relationship, this is a great time for you to express your affection. You know, but when I said you feel secure, that is key, because security is going to become more prominent right now too. You need to feel secure within your relationship. You need to feel secure within your interactions. This is also a time where people can solidify their relationship with their mother, or people are going to be thinking of their relationship with their mother. And as far as finances go, because Venus does rule over finances too, people are going to be more thoughtful of the security of the situation right now. If it was Capricorn, it'd be their responsibilities. But with Venus in Cancer, people are trying to play it safe, and they're trying to, you know, stay within a certain comfort zone. All right. Family is really important right now. Your roots are really important right now. You might even see yourself thinking about your family more, or thinking about where you came from, or reminiscing on the past. Now, for certain people, that could have them idealizing relationships that they had with people beforehand. Or it could have them feeling bitter about something that didn't play out to their favor. But you also have to think how much your emotions are influencing these memories right now. That's the best advice I can give you, is please try to separate facts from feelings. And it's going to be harder to do because Mercury's also in Cancer. But there is this thing where people are going to be nostalgic, and people are going to be thinking about the way things used to be. And that can be a good or a bad thing. When you're just simply reminiscing, that's fine. And you're thinking back on the good old times, that's great. But when you have a tendency to go backwards, that makes things more difficult for you. Don't go backwards. Plain and simple. We ain't doing that. We not going backwards around here. Now, Venus is also still loosely square to Neptune. Now, this is Venus in Cancer square to Neptune in Pisces, because Neptune is at 29 degrees and Venus is at 1 degree. So this really is still a pretty tight square. So there are some feelings that are there. But once again, I want you to really take a step back if you can, and make sure you're not idealizing a situation or an individual, because it's that simple to do. Don't end up looking gullible right now. Memories can be predatory. I want you to think about that. Your memories can be predatory. Don't let them be. This is also a time where somebody can get you in your feelings, and then because you're not thinking logically, you can end up missing something that's important, like an addiction, like another relationship or a spouse or anything. You just have to understand that this is real easy with Venus in Cancer square to Neptune in Pisces for you to get in your feelings about something or somebody and thus not being able to see it clearly, clouded by emotion. Or on a positive note, you can realize that you love somebody enough that you're willing to accept their flaws. And what's funny is that's the type of love that Cancer is looking for. That's why, even me being a Cancer, I've seen when I was younger, I used to test my relationships. I would intentionally show somebody the worst of me. Because if they'll accept my worst and stay with me through my worst, then the best ain't even something they gotta worry about. But that's not fair. It's not right or fair, but that's something that I did notice with Cancer energies. I've purposely shown my worst to an individual to see if they would leave me, to see if they give up on me. Because if they didn't leave me or give up on me when I was showing my ass, then that felt like it was something real. But you can only go so far off potential. Now, that brings us to Mars. That brings us to Mars. And Mars is now at 7 degrees of Taurus. And so, when Mars comes into Taurus, people become more grounded. Their actions become more deliberate. And this is where worth comes into play. This is where you want to make sure your energetic output is worth it. Remember that. But this is also where people are really influenced by how people view the worth of whatever effort they're putting in. That's important. You know, people are focused on money too with Mars and Taurus. Don't get it twisted. People are trying to make some money. And so, with this deliberate action, with this determination, with this grounded energy, with this focus on finance, this is a great time for you to patiently work towards accumulating more wealth and to stacking up some funds. Now, sexually, with Mars and Taurus, this becomes a very sensual energy. It's patient. You hear me? It's indulgent. Yeah. You're trying to make it worth it. Because if it's worth it, you can work it. It's yours, flippy dippy flat friend. And beyond that, there's more courage to defend your personal values right now with Mars and Taurus. People, they feel some type of way about their own value system. And when that gets challenged, people are going to react adversely. I know I will. But what you gonna do? Yeah. What you gonna do? Now, that brings us to Jupiter. And Jupiter is now sitting at 5 degrees of Gemini. And with Jupiter sitting at 5 degrees of Gemini. First, understand that this energy is going to be all over the place. And because it's so all over the place, it's real easy to get stretched thin. Or it's real easy to get too many irons in the fire and thus not have enough fire. You hear me? Now, I always got the fire. But, other than that, you know, there could be some messiness right now because Jupiter doesn't know boundaries. It's real easy to get caught up in some messiness. People are really more interested in stimulation than, what's the word I'm looking for? They're more interested in stimulation than culmination. People want to experience something new. And people can get bored with the old or the mundane really quickly. So that means there are some things that are going to be left undone because people are going to be on to the next thing without finishing the first thing. See, that's the reason why Jupiter falls in Gemini. No, it doesn't fall. It's in detriment in Gemini, pardon me. Jupiter is in its domicile in Sagittarius because Jupiter rules Sagittarius. Sagittarius is expansive and wise and philosophic. Gemini is eclectic, electric, effervescent. It's scintillating, it's stimulating. And with Jupiter in Gemini, mental adventure is something that people kind of crave. They want to learn something new. They want to be involved in something new. They want somebody to blow their mind. People are infinitely curious. People are indomitably witty. This is a positive time for writing or teaching or anything that involves learning. But the key here is to make sure that you don't leave things undone and to make sure you don't get stretched too thin. Don't get too many irons in the fire because you ain't gonna have enough fire. And you can't borrow my lighter. You hear me? Plain and simple. Do what you gotta do. This is in Gemini. 5 degrees of Gemini. Now, that brings us to Saturn. And now, Saturn is sitting at 19 degrees of Pisces. Now, Saturn has stationed. That means it's not going to move as far as degrees go anymore. Now, Saturn is always moving. All of the astrological bodies are always moving. But when they're in that retrograde motion, it just means that they're moving so slow that it appears that they're going backwards. But right now, the motion that Saturn is in makes it seem like it's sitting still. And that means we're stuck on 19 degrees of Pisces. So I want you to look in your chart. And anything you have in Pisces or in the water signs from 14 degrees to 23 degrees is coming into focus right now. Anything you have in mutable signs from 15 degrees to 22 degrees is something you want to look at. Because right now is where the rose-colored glasses are getting ripped off. When Saturn is stationed and it's about to go retrograde, and Saturn will go retrograde on the 29th. So that means in 11 more days, Saturn will station retrograde until November. And that will give you some time to gain perspective. But right now, as it's stuck here, there's a focus on these degrees. So once again, anything from, let's say, 15 degrees of mutable or water signs. Or earth signs. Let's not forget earth signs because of the sextile. To 22 degrees. It's going to be majorly affected right now. And what's crazy is, for me, this is Saturn stationed exactly square to Uranus in my chart, in my 3rd house. And that means I can't get caught up in the delusion, in the confusion of emotions. I need to let my intuition be my guide. I need to let my wisdom take control. And that isn't easy to do because I feel so much. I feel so much, and I know what's right. That doesn't mean that I'm going to do it or that I know how to express it. Now, with Saturn in Pisces, once again, this is telling you there's stuff that you got to deal with. There's stuff that you can't escape. There's stuff you can't avoid. There's stuff you can't ignore in life. And if a lot of stuff is coming up on your plate right now and you feel overwhelmed, it's just a part of life. Nothing is happening to you. It's just a part of the process. If you ignore things for long enough, they're going to pile up. They're going to get worse. If you avoid a situation, you can only expect it to stay there until it is addressed. And hey, that's something you got to do on your own time. We all got our own shit. The world is a crazy place. Even though it seems like we're in unprecedented times, we're not. We're not. There's always been wars. There's always been dictatorship. There's always been corruption. There's always been inflation. There's always been confusion. There's always been sickness. There's always been death. It's a part of the human experience. So, no. Life is not just happening to you. No, this is not a consequence coming to get you. Now, what I mean is this is not about what you've done. It's about what you've left undone. And karma isn't consequence. Now, consequences are a part of karma. But karma isn't consequence. Karma is an energetic process playing itself out naturally. Now, because us as Western people here, whether you're, and for most people anyway, us being Westerners here, we have taken everything and added a fatalistic view of it. That's what we did with karma. We made karma be consequences. That's okay. I'm going to let karma get them. That's just karma coming back. And that's not how it works. It's just not how it works. As far as the Eastern philosophy goes, when people say that's their karma, what they're saying is that's their business. It's not saying, oh, it's about to get them. It's saying that's their business. I'm not interfering with that. I'm not going to interfere with their karma. It means I'm not getting in their business. It doesn't mean I'm letting some bad stuff happen to them because they deserve it. And that's where we get fucked up. If you have let things get to a certain point right now, that's on you. If there's some emotional stuff that you've let build up, that shit can be harrowing. If you've let fear control you, no wonder you're stressed the fuck out. No wonder your life is miserable. So you have to deal with your shit. It's not about what's going on externally. It's about how you deal with it internally. That's Pisces. That's what Saturn is teaching us. That there's so much going on externally. The world is a crazy place. Life is lifing. You just got to deal with it. You can't ignore it, avoid it, or escape it. a part of the process that you signed up for. Pain is a part of that. Joy wouldn't be so sweet without the pain. Love wouldn't be what love is if there wasn't a promise of heartbreak at some point. Not just a possibility, a promise. I don't think you hear me though. You just gotta deal with your shit. Now, I don't think Saturn has any major aspect. No. Let's look at Uranus. Let me be honest. Uranus is now sitting at 25 degrees of Taurus. And if you don't notice by now, if you're broke, it's your fault. No matter how high groceries are, no matter how much inflation is on your nerves, there is also just as many ways to make money, or even more. There's so many ways you can make money right now. You just got to think outside of the box. You know, you can look at every business and you can see there's new avenues being created up constantly. When you are an athlete or a retired athlete, it's not just coaching or commentary anymore. Now you can start you a podcast. If you're a comedian, you don't just have to do stand-up anymore or act in movies. You can do skits. You can fuck around. You can stream all day long and play. You can do what Drewski does and build a fake record label and have people come on there and you can clown them all motherfucking day. That shit is hilarious. If you're an actress or an actor in Hollywood, you don't just have to act in movies or Broadway plays. Now you can have a camera follow you around and show them your life. You can start your OnlyFans. If you are the common man, as some of us want to be addressed as, there's so many avenues and opportunities for you to make money. You can get into ride sharing. You can get into some delivery business. You can make plates. You can dance on Facebook Reels or TikTok. If you don't want to do truly explicit content, you can put some fucking tights on and you can do yoga. And people are going to watch you do yoga. I mean, there's so many avenues to make money right now. You don't even have to do anything. You can just turn your social media profile into a professional mode and take other people's content and reshare shit and post all day long, and you'll eventually get them bonuses up. You'll make a little money on the side. So as much as inflation is an issue and as unstable as the market is because of the way that the world works at this moment, there's still so many avenues for you to make money. You just have to think outside the box, and you can't be stubborn and stuck. And you have to really assess your values, because ultimately most of us are willing to do things for money now that we would never be willing to do 6 or 7 years ago. Plain and simple. So you have to ask yourself what you're feeling, what you want to do. You hear me? Because you got a chance. And the nature of what is valuable changes drastically all the time. Yeah. Now that brings us to Neptune. And Neptune is sitting at 29 degrees of Pisces. And Neptune is stationing also. Neptune is not going to move very much more for the next 7 weeks. Neptune is at 29 degrees of Pisces, and it's going to stay there for about 7 or 8 weeks until it starts that retrograde motion and falls back to 28 degrees of Pisces. We almost made it to Neptune in Aries, but we ain't going to quite make it there. Neptune is going to station retrograde on July 6th. So exactly a week after Saturn stations retrograde, Neptune will station retrograde also. Now, with this right here, just realize Neptune is imagination and spirituality, but it's also the culture. And so what's happened is spirituality has now become a fad that is a part of the culture. But it's a mirage of what spirituality is meant to be, because this is the spiritual journey that's for entertainment or for validation, when spirituality is an inner journey. Can't be a part of a cultural wave. It's about your personal inner journey. Plain and simple. People have forgot about what's right and what's real because they're way too caught up in what's popular and what's trending. And I'm not going to elaborate on that like I usually do. The fact of the matter is you have to figure out what's real and what's right for you. And that's something that is a personal and intimate matter. That means you can't get caught up in what everybody else wants or what everybody else thinks is supposed to be. You have to let your own inner compass be your guide. Because we're also in a place where our culture is projective. And so it's so projective that it can really influence your perspective. And that's dangerous. Especially with Neptune at 29 degrees of Pisces, sextile to Pluto at 1 degree of Aquarius. And they're coming more into the sextile. Because Pluto's retrograde, Pluto is pulling towards this sextile. Now, Neptune is stationed, so it's stuck there. But I would say that Pluto is going to get to 0 degrees to where they're within 1 degree of that exact sextile within the next 4 or 5 weeks. And basically that points to the fact that because of technology, because of the power of people's opinions, things are going to get even more confusing. The fact of the matter is we don't know what real is anymore, because real isn't even real anymore. Before, you could say, show me a video. That's how you prove something. Show me a video. Or let me hear an audio of somebody saying that. Well, now because of the advent of AI, you can't even take that seriously. I see fake AI videos all the time. I saw a fake AI video of Luka Doncic last night. He's the Dallas Mavericks basketball player, their star player. And he was saying some really racial shit. And I'm like, man, what the I know they didn't, this would be all, oh, and I had to take a step back, like, no, that's AI. But his mouth was moving. He was saying the words. It was his voice. Now, I want y'all to look at how that could also affect the legal system right now. Because before, if you were caught on camera saying or doing something, your ass is grass. Now, just a lawyer themselves being aware of that can question that. An attorney can question the validity of anything, pardon me. And you have to question it. You have to question it. So the burden of proof in life itself has become even more muddled. It's become even more muddled. Plain and simple. And it's going to be destructive for a while. You know, people can say anything, or they can make you say anything. They can make anybody seem like they said anything or did anything. And there's also this thing where us as a people are so projective in our perspective that whether it's real or not, if enough people start saying something about somebody or something is projected in the right light, and when I say right, I mean not correct or morally right. I mean in the right volume of light. So if people play things in just the right way, whether it's real or not, a lot of people are going to believe it. Society's going to get caught up in it. You know, it's crazy. You want to look at ThErApY, most popular streamer in the world, #1 streamer in the world, right? Because of the fiasco between Drake and Kendrick Lamar, ThErApY is now being caught up, or somebody started calling him weird, or tried to make it seem like he was predatory because he went to Northwest, which is Kanye and Kim Kardashian's daughter's birthday party. She's his favorite streamer. He's her favorite streamer. She's an entitled little girl that could pay for such a type of interaction or experience. The only way it's inappropriate is if it was inappropriate, or if your perspective of it has made it an inappropriate situation and you have taken that projection and made it seem like something that it isn't. The fact of the matter is, people took something that Kendrick Lamar said about Drake, and I'm not on either side, but people took something that Kendrick Lamar said about Drake, and they have made it something that is now culturally, what's the word I'm looking for? Predatory. Culturally predatory. This is Neptune and Pisces. This is also what it sexed out of Pluto, is because technology is playing a hand in here. Is people can say, oh, there's a video of Drake from 10 years ago doing something on stage with a young girl, which it was a stage affair. That was not a personal affair. That was not him doing something sexual with this individual, no matter what happened for real. You can take him texting Millie Bobby Brown when she was 17 or 16, and you forget that they're Hollywood people. Like, why did it have to be something sexual? And I'm not saying it was or it wasn't, because I don't know. But people's perception of that becomes a projection of that. You take this little thing between Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. They have taken that and made it into a race war. They have taken a basketball rivalry between two great basketball players and made it a literal race war. That's how we live. That's the culture that we live in. Instead of us being more connected than ever, which we are, we're also more decisive or divisive. segregated, aggravated than we've ever been. That's the truth. And right now, perspective is predatory. Projections are predatory. Plain and simple. Instead of it being a basketball game, which it really is between two great basketball players, a rivalry, us people have made it where it's black versus white. You can't just have a rap beef. You fuck with Drake, you're a fucking pedophile. You fuck with Kendrick, you're a fucking dick rider. You can't just like their music. Now you have to be put into a specific labeling. I was watching boxing this weekend. Shout out to Tank Davis doing his thing. But here's what Floyd Mayweather did, and this is a perfect example. And Floyd Mayweather is a Pisces. This is a perfect example of Pisces energy in the lower manifestations. Gervonta Tank Davis used to be under Mayweather Promotions. He was their crown jewel. Floyd used to call Tank his son. Floyd used to call Tank his son. But they had a personal falling out. And Gervonta decided to do his own thing. Well, right after Gervonta knocked out his opponent on Saturday night, Floyd put out a sparring video of Tank Davis and Devin Haney that looks like Devin Haney is beating up Tank Davis. Now, the first thing you have to look at there is it's sparring, so it's not a real fight. And if you watch the tape enough, you see that Devin Haney is the aggressor, but Tank isn't even trying. He's playing and talking to people in the crowd. He's letting Devin hit him. He's not taking it seriously while Devin Haney is. But it's all about perspective. Because some people who see that are saying, dang, Devin Haney's in there beating the shit out of Tank. For people like myself who are Tank fans, we say, nah, motherfucker, you're just a hater. Tank was clearly not taking it seriously. But this is what Floyd Mayweather intended to do, was to change the perception of who Tank Davis is right after he won his fight and right in one of his crowning moments. This is an 8-year-old sparring video. But he dropped it and said, hey, you think he's that bad motherfucker? Look at him. Let me show y'all him getting beat up. Or somebody handling him. Now, what's interesting is just a few months before this, when Ryan Garcia was fighting Devin Haney, Floyd released a small clip of the sparring that showed Gervonta Davis actually hurting Devin Haney and them having to pull Gervonta Davis off of Devin Haney. So he's playing with the perspective. So he used the same video. He just took a clip the first time and then put the whole thing the second time to change people's perspective in two different ways and confuse people about who these individuals are as fighters, even though it's 8 years old and it's not an appropriate barometer of who they are as fighters now. Do you feel what I'm saying, though? It's a perfect example of Neptune and Pisces buffoonery. And with the sextile to Pluto, you can see people's perceptions being changed radically. Now, I want to tell y'all something that I told people the other day on social media. And it's this. Your character is not only reflected in what you do. Your character is also reflected through what you entertain, allow, and accept. Not to mention what you overlook. The shit you overlook, the shit you allow, the shit you entertain is also a way that your character is reflected. So the thing with that is you have to figure out what's right for you, separate of projections externally. That means you have to let your inner compass be your guide. That means search for that main line to the divine that resides inside of you, and you need to trust that, because this is a confusing culture. It's a copycat culture. People want to go viral. People want to be trending. Because of technology, because of the way things are, if somebody got attacked right now, we could actually be using our devices and using things to where we can have evidence and where we can pinpoint what's going on and where it's going on at. But instead, people are using it to go viral. If somebody shoots up a park or a grocery store, before the police can actually come, there's going to be a video of what's happening. I saw it. I remember a few years ago, there was a shooting at a supermarket in Boulder, Colorado. And it was on the news. It was now a lot of people got killed. But I actually saw a video of that on social media somehow before it was on the news, before anybody public or people's families were even known of it. I remember a few years ago when TeNsIoN got killed. I saw a video of him dead in his car before the police were there. Of somebody walking up to him and filming him dead, slumped over with his shot in his neck in his car. I remember I got up to take a shit in the middle of the night, and I turned on my phone to entertain myself while I was in my stupor. And the first thing I saw was Takeoff dead. Somebody shared a video of Takeoff getting shot and dead. Shit's crazy. People are trying to film shit and project shit and to profit off of it more than they're trying to help or have compassion. And that's crazy. That's crazy, but that is the society that we live in. What's real, it don't matter. What's right, it don't matter. What's popular, what's trending, what people's perception of the situation is what's matter. And that can be influenced by projection. It's crazy. Going back to the fight. I was watching the fight the other night, and right after the fight, Caleb Plant, which is another boxer, had, at that time I thought he had smacked, but he had threw a drink on Ryan Garcia. And as I'm watching it, as soon as I saw it, right, I see the videos from the crowd, and I see you can't really see Caleb, but you can see Ryan's team reacting to somebody doing something to Ryan as he's walking out. But I immediately knew right then that there's going to be better footage. Crazy as it is, I was like, well, I just got to wait a little bit. There's going to be a different angle of that. There's going to be a better footage of that. I know this person wasn't the only person that filmed that. And sure enough, not too long later, I got the perfect view of it. And I tell y'all this all the time, if you went outside or you went to the grocery store or you got into it with somebody in Walmart and somebody attacked you, there would be a viral video of that before somebody helps you. And if somebody did come help you, there's going to be a video of that too. And all my black people going to get mad at me for this. When you want to look back at the docks or wherever it was, the pier, the riverboat situation, where all those black people beat up those white people last year or a couple years ago. Was it last year or was it a couple of years ago? I think it was 2023. But when you see Now, I saw it too the same day. But when you see that situation, people accepted that like it was a good thing, a healthy thing, when it wasn't. It wasn't. It was entertaining. It was wild. But the fact of the matter is, for us black people, it was a bunch of niggas acting the way they expect niggas to act. Violent. Act a fool. You had one motherfucker swim across the bayou to go get on their ass. Sure, those other people were, the white people were out of line, and it was, but at the same time, people took that and made it a moment to celebrate. Instead of it being an event that was like, damn, that shit was wild, or that was something tragic. People, I've seen paintings of that shit. I've seen people say, man, this was the greatest day in black history. No, the fuck it wasn't. That's the culture we live in. No, the fuck it wasn't. It was a bunch of motherfuckers acting a fool. It's a bunch of people acting a fool, and I don't care how you feel. If you celebrated that, you're racist. If you can say, well, they've been racist to us and they deserve... No, that's racist. So you are the same thing that you are projecting or accusing other people of being. And you're playing right into stereotypes. But nobody saw it as an unfortunate event. People saw it as the greatest day in black history. That shit's crazy. I don't agree with that. But I let my inner compass be my guide. I don't care what's accepted culturally, because that event was accepted like it was something that was positive that happened. They needed this ass whooping. But what happens when your child... What happens when your child that you know has a smart ass mouth or has an attitude comes home with a black eye, bloody lip, busted nose? You're going to tell them, hey, you needed that ass whooping. No, you're going to go up to that school and you're going to raise hell. Who done put their hands on my baby? It's different. It's different. So it is what it is. You gotta be careful with it. That's Neptune in Pisces, especially at 29 degrees. It's the height of confusion. It's the height of delusion. It's the height of projection. It's the height of expectations. That's the truth of it. I'm not all love and light. Sometimes people need their ass whooped. I'm not against what happened on that dock that day. That's what people need to understand. I'm against it being celebrated. That's the thing. If you come fucking with me and put your hands on me and I tear your ass up, me being the way I am, I'm not going to feel proud that I beat the shit out of you. I'm going to feel bad that that situation happened. That's going to make me even more mad. But that's who I am personally. Yeah, you might have deserved it. Yeah, you might have needed it. Maybe this said something that had to happen, but it's unfortunate that it got to that. It's very unfortunate that that had to happen or that did happen. But now it's the wrong thing. it's the wrong thing. And then you also want to look at little bitty stuff. You look at the projection of what happened with Will Smith and Chris Rock. Because we still don't know if that was real or not. To this day, I still don't know if that was real. It all seemed fake. I don't know why they would fake that or why it would play out, but this shit seemed fake to me. The slap just wasn't a slap. But why? 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 What would be the point of them faking that? And so that puts things into a different perspective equally. And then we want to get to distractions. People think everything is a distraction. And I'm going to be honest with you. Things are only a distraction if you're distractible. A lot of the times, the powers that be tell us exactly what's happening. We just refuse to believe it. They tell us exactly what's happening. We just refuse to believe it. It's a trip the world we live in. The reality that we're experiencing, that in itself might not be reality. You hear me? Now, and you're exactly right, Vanessa Marie. I used to tell people this all the time. The best way to hide is right out in the open. Do shit right in people's face. They'll never expect that. I remember when I did the crime that sent me to the prison that I went to, when I took that jewelry from that jewelry store, because of my behavior, that guy never thought I was about to steal all of that jewelry out of that store. He never thought I was gonna take anything from him, because I didn't come in there trying to hide anything or mask. I talked to him. I was amiable. I had money. I seemed like I had a good, you know, there was nothing about me that seemed like I was trying to do something sneaky. Plain and simple. Because of that, he pulled out every piece of jewelry in that store. And I looked him in his eye and took every piece of jewelry from that store before he even realized what I was doing. Like, plain and simple, I finessed him right up out of everything. I didn't have to rob him. I didn't have to sneak in and go through the roof or anything. I went right in front of his face. I smiled. I had a conversation with him. I talked to him, and right there while I was talking to him, I just grabbed every tray of rings that he pulled out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and walked right out in front of him. Looked him in his eye and smiled while I was walking out the door. He walked right to my car and got in the car. When I got in the car, I heard him scream, "Help me!" It took him that long to realize what had happened to him. A lot of the times I'll lose something and I'll be looking for it all over the place. And you know where it'll be? Sitting right out in the open. somewhere that I thought I already looked most of the time. That's where it is. Now back to what I was saying with Pluto. Pluto is retrograde at 1 degree of Aquarius. And so things have changed. And because things have changed so drastically over the last 6 or 7 months, really over the last few years, but really in the way things have been so crazy since the beginning of this year. I mean, they've been crazy. It really makes people start to wonder, like, dang, what's going to happen next? Now, just that thought in itself adds a whole different dynamic in it, because now people are aware that things could get crazier. Because they're aware that things get crazier and they're willing to accept things getting crazier, crazier things will happen. We've seen some crazy stuff, and it's just the tip of the iceberg. They just had another one of those monoliths, whatever they are, those metal beams, just show up outside of Las Vegas. They show up in these desert places all over the United States, really all over the world, and then they just disappear on their own, whatever they are. I've seen it on the news several times. And you have to wonder, what is that? Where did that come from? Why are they doing that? You hear me? And just the possibility of that, it changes people's mindsets. I want y'all to understand. What's interesting is let me see. I gotta look, because I had the dates yesterday, but I forgot them. I gotta look one more time. Oh, I appreciate the love, Tiny Drea on CashApp. Let me look this up. So what's interesting is, from September 1st through November 19th, so right election time, right when election time picks up, Pluto's going to retrograde back into Capricorn for the last time. For the last time, for the next 20 years, Pluto's going to retrograde back into Capricorn on 29 degrees. And so there's something, and I mean something, that's going to happen with this election that changes everything. And there's a whole bunch of things that could happen. The two candidates that are running for presidency in the United States might not even be allowed to run when it's time. And Biden could get disqualified because of him not being mentally capable, or he could pull out because of his son. He could be disqualified because of his son's legal situation. Trump could be disqualified because of his legal situation. You also have to look at the fact that here in the United States, if Biden is reelected, then Texas is going to have a major problem with that. And there's going to be some pushback. Maybe major pushback. Maybe military action. But if Trump is allowed to run, that also is going to cause some problems between California and Colorado and a couple of more states that have sued the federal government saying Trump shouldn't be allowed on the ballot, even before his criminal charges. Hell, Trump might be on house arrest or be in prison when that comes out. And so you start to see, like, damn, this shit is crazy. Like, what's going to happen? And maybe nothing happens either. Maybe nothing happens, but it makes the people feel some type of way. And there's a revolt against the results. Think about it. people are going to realize how powerful we are. And that's going to be very destructive at first. But after that, it becomes constructive. Because it's not about one of us. It's about all of us. And there's a lot that's going on with this Pluto in Aquarius energy. And this is going on for 20 years. It's not going to be a quick process. Please understand that. Pluto is going to be in Aquarius for the next 20 years. Neptune is going to be in Aries for the next 20 years. And I'm going to put this into perspective for y'all because you need to know. This is not fear-mongering. This is truth-telling. It's like this. The last time that Uranus was in Gemini was in World War II. The last time that Neptune was in Aries was during the American Civil War between 1861 and 1875. The last time Pluto was in Aquarius was during the American Revolutionary War. You hear me? I'm telling you. And this is not just one happening. This is all three of those happening at once. This is all three of those transits that have brought war every time in a different manifestation happening at one time. It's the truth. The situation with Russia and Ukraine can only escalate. It's past a point where it can die down. NATO is involved. Once NATO is involved, Russia is going to feel like it's backed into a corner, which they do. Once we said, hey, Ukraine, use these American weapons to hit Russian targets. Hey, whether you are a part of this actively or not, you are now our enemy. As soon as that happened, Vladimir Putin sent warships and a nuclear submarine to Cuba. Look, motherfucker, you can be touched. You playing games, I'll come over there and touch you. The situation in the Middle East between Israel and Palestine, it cannot go backwards. It can only escalate. And it already has. It's not just between Israel and Palestine now, because Syria, Iran, and Lebanon are also involved now. You look at the situation between the United States and China over Taiwan. China is too powerful to back up. They might be biding their time, but they're not backing up off what they're trying to do with Taiwan. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. And there's no way that we can back up away from that. China has already sent spy balloons over the United States several times. China is already buying up farmland around all of the military bases in the United States. This is facts. You can research this. You can research this shit. You can see that things just can't go backwards now. There are things that have been set into motion that can only escalate. It's happening on too many fronts at once. And so, whether it's through war or some type of other action, the world is going to be a different place in 20 years. Now, what's interesting is Pluto in Aquarius and Neptune in Aries are going to bring Pluto in Pisces and Neptune in Taurus. So there is the possibility of forgiveness or the disillusion of the physical world, which is terrifying. the illusion of a new earth, or the illusion of peace. So the fact of the matter is, the world's not going to be the same. When you look at certain things, if the United States falls into a war, then so will most of the European nations that are westernized. You look and see that if Iran or Syria or Lebanon decides to fire a nuclear weapon, it also gives places like North Korea the permission to do so. If they can fire a nuclear weapon or a biological weapon and nobody did anything to them, then guess what? We're finna go ahead and we've been testing them out. We've been showcasing them. We finna show you what one really does. There's the possibility that Vladimir Putin gets put into a corner to where he knows that he can't win with NATO unless he does something drastic. And so the truth of the matter is we're in a crazy, crazy place as a people. And the perspective of that also makes us take a step back and say, hey, this is how it could be. And I hope you're right, Triple J. But you don't know that. You don't know that. Vladimir Putin just might. Kim Jong-un just might. Iran just might. It's the truth. All I'm saying is Pluto and Aquarius, we're in radical times. And we really have to see how us as people can change that. Right now, we use it for the wrong things. We can do AI shit, and we get caught up in stupid rap beefs, and we get caught up in all this bullshit. But when we really figure out how powerful we are as a people because of the technology, oh, things change drastically. You can look right now and see. Right here in this live session, there's people from New Zealand, Newfoundland, Australia, Bulgaria, England, Brazil, South Africa, Canada, all over the United States, Philippines, Puerto Rico. Right here in this live session right here. So when you look at that, you start to see the scope of the common man. So you think us together, once we start looking at things and we start seeing things, we can really realize that we are a people of Earth. And so us as a people have a say in what happens. That's why Pluto in Aquarius, it really shows us the power of the people. Pluto in Capricorn showed us the corruption and the power of the elite. But now we see the power of the people. The problem is it becomes destructive at first. Like I said, Triple J, I hope you're right. Either way it looks, either way it goes, we're looking at a global conflict that can only escalate. Ooh, that can only escalate. Things are not going to go one way or the other. The infrastructure of the Ukraine is destroyed. Russia's resources are depleted. China is more powerful than ever. They're not letting the United States control what they do with Taiwan, who they feel entitled to. Gaza is destroyed. Israel has been exposed. So the people of the world can't follow Israel the way that they once did, because Israel is the Holy Land. Or Israel is seen as the birthplace of Judaism and Christianity. See, that's the perspective, but people get to separate themselves from that. They start to see what's right. People can start to see that Christianity was based on genocide to begin with. Christ wasn't a Christian. So do you think that Christ would want people to go up to Native Americans or Aztecs and say, accept Jesus Christ as your Savior? And when they say no, they shoot him in the fucking head and bury him as a motherfucking Christian anyway. That's not Christian philosophy. That's not what Christ was teaching. Christ never said, you either accept me as your Lord and Savior or you go to hell. That's directly against his nature, directly against his teachings. I did watch They Live. I have watched They Live, where they wear the glasses with Roddy Piper. I just watched it not too long ago with my wife, actually. Plain and simple. That's an excellent movie. But yeah, it's an excellent movie where it kind of puts things into perspective, and from a major way. I thank you for the love, Empress Adele, mother of John.
Yeah, that's great.
But yeah, They Live is a crazy movie because there's the people being a certain type of way, but they get these sunshades, and when he puts these sunshades on, Roddy Piper, he starts to see all the different people. He starts to see people for what they really are. He starts to see situations for what they really are. You know, us these days kind of look at it as the reptilian conspiracy. You can look at it. It's not the same thing from that movie because these are more like bots or aliens. But this is where you can look at it from now, how we look at it from the reptilian conspiracy. To where motherfuckers be like, oh, they see somebody like, no, they really have a whole different society, or they're a whole different creature that run things. And or the elite or the Illuminati, however you want to look at it. It's a trip, bro. Like, the world is in one of those places that's scary. We really get to see that. But the power's not with the elite anymore. Because Pluto in Aquarius, the power's with us. Now, right now, we don't realize that. And then you also see where people just want to take a radical approach. I'm not going to get into political projection and preference because we get into too many arguments about that. But you can just look, people are so fed up with the way things have been in the status quo that they're willing to accept something radical, especially here in the United States. Whereas people were terrified of Donald Trump and his ideals and his and the things he says 4 years ago, so much so that they elected Joe Biden without even paying attention to his political policies. They were just so terrified of Trump that they said, you know what, fuck that shit. Joe Biden was connected to Obama. We're putting him in office. Where now people are so fed up with the ineptitude of Joe Biden that they're saying, hey, we want Trump back. Bring us Trump. We all that crazy shit he says. Like, we're with that shit now. And so you just see where, unless there's something radical that happens, shit, Donald Trump gonna win that election. Unless he's not allowed to run, he will win that election. And who knows if that's for better or for worse. All I can say is you can look to the 4 years before that. Gas prices haven't risen dramatically in the last 4 years. They've been like this since forever. Since 9/11, really, gas prices have been in a specific range. Look at it. The things that we would condemn before, we now, hey, we're willing to accept that. This shit is crazy. Hey, if it's gonna get us more money, if it's gonna get us away from the status quo, we're willing to go there. People forget that. People forget that the world wasn't a lot better place 4 years ago. It was racially divisive. That doesn't, and like I said, that doesn't mean that one is better, because I do not want Joe Biden to be president. I'm just saying, you look at the way people's minds have changed drastically because people are looking for something radical. People are willing to accept things that are against the norm. People are willing to rebel against the norm. Plain and simple. What's up, Cricket Station? You said, do I need a video editor? Send me an email at mr.turner1300@gmail.com. mr.turner1300@gmail.com, and we can definitely discuss it. But yeah, I just want you to think. Inflation has always happened since the advent of finance. Ever since currency was created, inflation has been going. The more currency they create, the higher shit is gonna cost. Here a few years ago during the pandemic, which, you know, whatever they did with that is what they did with that. They printed billions and billions of more dollars, maybe $1 trillion of paper without the financial backing for that. So what they have to do is inflate things, charge more, so that money is spent, and that money is it actually seems like it has value. But it's not better because we're not doing anything different. Even if Donald Trump comes into office, it's not going to be anything different. It's going to be a repeat of 4 years ago. For us to really make change, we have to do something completely different. That means Trump and Biden have to go. For whatever reason. Which that's not going to happen, but we'll see. We'll see. The fact of the matter is things have been so crazy that you do have to really accept the possibility that something crazier could happen. Like, there's so many people in the world that wouldn't be so surprised if it was revealed that the powers that be are bots or some type of puppets or some type, they're fake. There wouldn't be any there wouldn't be many people that would be surprised if it came out that society is really being controlled and influenced by extraterrestrials. It wouldn't be that many people surprised if we were to find out that space is in the ocean or some shit like that. You feel me? Like, there's a lot of shit that could happen. And us as people wouldn't be surprised because that's kind of where we're at now. You can see so much stuff that could happen because, look, I mean, that's just the way it's trending. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. When you ask, will we have an AI president one day? Who says we don't? Who says we don't already? Who's to say that you aren't AI? That the world isn't controlled by AI? That's the thing. That's the thing. And I'm not saying that's what it is, but because of the way that the world is, you can't dismiss that possibility. Hell, they have released declassified paperwork that says the reality we're experiencing is not the base reality. It's a projection. That's the truth. The reality that we're experiencing is not the base reality. It's not the ultimate. It's our perception of such, or our perception of the projections that we are experiencing. It's an energy hologram, a matrix. So when you say truth is stranger than fiction, oh, yeah. Now, I just say all of that when you look at Pluto in Aquarius over these next few years, you have to really take a step back and see that, man, this shit is crazy. You have to have an open mind. You have to have a radical thought process. Do you? Hey. What's up, Ruled by Venus? There's so much stuff that we don't know. And then even with the paperwork that I speak on all the time, that paperwork, the declassified documents that speak on the gateway process, you also have to take a step back and wonder, why would they release that? If this was the truth, and if this was, why would they release that? Declassify it. So is that even true? I'm speaking all the time, and people ask me, "Are you AI? Is this AI?" Or and most of the time they're just trolling. But then you have you have to really consider it, and then you also have to ask yourself, "Am I? Is it?" It's a motherfucker, man. Now, that brings us to Kiron. Kiron is at 22 degrees of Aries. Kiron is the wounded healer. That means through acknowledgement, you can then work on some shit, or you can heal something. But it takes acknowledgement. So, acknowledgement, or let's say awareness, allows for acknowledgement. Acknowledgement allows for accountability. Accountability allows for acceptance, and acceptance leads towards actions that can help us heal. See, that's a process of Chiron playing out. Oh, we become aware of something being an issue, something being amiss. something being infected, or there being a conflict. Through that, you get the opportunity to address it. So with this being Aries, there's going to be situations that develop very quickly. Things are going to progress or infect very quickly. Things are going to become inflamed just like that. Yeah, it's at that 22 degree. There's going to be situations that seem forced. It's like, man, I didn't want to deal with this right now. Well, you need to deal with it right now. There's going to be conflicts that come up. And through that, it's just like, hey, you got to deal with this. You're being forced to deal with this so you can move on to the next thing. And not all confrontations are bad things. Sometimes conflict is necessary. But you have to hold yourself accountable for the process in that. So, awareness, accountability, acceptance, address it. That's the process of Chiron and Aries. Now, the black moon Lilith is opposite Neptune at 28 degrees of Virgo. So the sun is square to black moon Lilith and Neptune. It's forming a T-square between them two because they're opposite to each other. And here's what's interesting about that. That's where you think too much. Your thoughts get the best of you. You're confusing yourself by thinking too much. As I said before, I was watching a karate movie a long time ago, and the dudes are fighting it, and he can't quite get it down. He keeps getting frustrated. And I don't know what movie it is, but the instructor or the guy that's in charge, he said, too many mind. He said, too many mind. That means you're thinking too much. Too many mind. You're thinking too much. You letting small shit bother you. You're letting the slightest details confuse you. You're frustrated. You only see what's wrong, so you're losing hope. See, so many people have lost hope right now. The majority of human beings have no faith in the world whatsoever. Then there's also this what's the word I'm looking for? This thing where you're missing the forest because of the trees. Like there's some small shit you're focusing on, some little bitty shit that's keeping you from seeing the big picture, that's keeping you from enjoying life. And shit, that's hard. And then you can justify your negativity by saying, I'm just keeping it real, or I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to do it the right way, or I'm just trying to think rational about it. But what you're doing is placing limitations on the situation. You're placing limitations on yourself. And that's on you. And that brings us to the North Node and the South Node. The nodes are sitting now at 12 degrees of Aries and Libra. And so, here's the thing. People are way too easily influenced. People are way too over-conciliatory. They're way too wrapped up in the next person. And that kind of keeps them stifled in their own expression. Well, that means during this time that the North Node is in Aries, you're going to be forced to do what's right for you, regardless of what's happening with everybody else. And that should not bother anybody else. It shouldn't be a big deal. That's the fact of the matter. Hold up. I see my son's outside yelling. What the hell? Sorry, my kids are right outside my window. But yeah, you just need to be honest in your expression. You need to be genuine in your approach. You need to experience your truth as a verb. You need to be action oriented in your life. Sometimes you ain't got time to think about it and no, you just need to do it. Sometimes you don't need to sugarcoat it. You need to stay raw. Sometimes being impulsive works. That's time is now. So do your thing. You hear me? Yeah. Damn, them kids outside are bad as hell. Including mine. Now, the numerology of the day is a 5 vibration. And once again, I'm going to tell you how you get there. It is June 18th, 2024. So June is the 6th month. You take that 6, you drop it down. The 18th is a 9. 1 plus 8 is 9. You take that 9 and drop it down. 2024 is an 8 because 2 plus 2 is 4 plus 4 is an 8. You take that 8 and you drop it down. So 6 plus 9 is 15 plus 8 is 23. 2 plus 3 is 5. So we're in a 5 vibration today. So expect the unexpected. Anything can happen today. Now, people say, well, anything can happen any day. That's true. But today, wild things can transpire. And it doesn't have to be anything external. You could just see yourself changing your mind about a situation or changing your feelings about an individual. But all of a sudden, things become different at some point today. And today is an exciting day. It's not a day where you want to play it safe because there's a 9 involved with this. So there's an opportunity to make things better for everybody. And to be honest with you, you just need to be free in who you are and honest in who you are. Work on yourself. If you're working on yourself and you're being free and honest in your expression, then yeah, the world is automatically a better place. Yes, the 5 signifies change, but it's also unexpected occurrences. It's also excitement. It's also freedom. That's the 5. The 5 is very similar to Aquarius energy. Yeah. So how do you make the world a better place for everybody? It's very simple. You be a better person. That's the truth. That's where the 9 comes in because of it being the 18th. You make the world a better place for everybody with you being a better person. Because if I'm doing what I can to work on me and be a better person, and Vanessa Marie is doing the same, and Cattle Heart is doing the same, and Dougie Fresh So Clean is doing the same, and Rose is doing the same, and Tulmoko is doing the same, then the world is already a better place. Plain and simple. But what, hey, What we're not going to do is run from the changes that are confronting us. I mean, can we? And I think that's all I have to say about the transits. What we're going to get into now is the priceless top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them. And I say signs because this is going to be talking about the energy in its entirety. It's not a specific placement. So I'm going to take my perspective and I'm going to show you how each one of these pairings actually have a lot of sexual tension between them. Hold up. You said got to be Aries and Aquarius. No, that didn't make the list. But really it did. Before we get into the actual top 5, I actually do have one honorable mention. And before I even get into the honorable mention, I want to give you the proper definition of tension astrologically. See, tension is not going to be something that's sextile or something that's trine. Tension only comes from harsh aspects, which are oppositions, squares, quincunxes or inconjunctions, sesquadrates, semi-squares. All right. That means there's a dynamic tension between them. And in the case of these 5 pairings that I'm going to put out, there's a dynamic sexual tension that's created because of these 2 signs. But, like I said, before we get into the actual top 5, I do have one honorable mention. And the only honorable mention on our list of our priceless top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them. Hold up, let me get my list. Is the sexual tension that exists between Aries and anybody. And it's pretty much self-explanatory. See, Aries is pure horniness. It's pure horniness. We can talk about Scorpio being freaky and all that. That's true. Sexual, but Aries is pure horniness. Aries can get turned on by anything or anybody at any point in time. Plain and simple. That doesn't mean they're going to get along with everybody, and they probably won't get along with most people because they're going to get pissed off real easy. Get turned off real easy, but they also get turned on extremely easy. Extremely easy. No, Sagittarius has principles. It's not the same. It's not the same. But there is a certain sexual tension that exists between Aries and anything or anybody. See, Aries has what they call a hair trigger. A hair trigger. It don't take much. It don't take much. Because if they're not aggravated, they are actually in a state of perpetual horniness. They're about that life. Now, I say tension because Aries can also get aggravated at anybody, at any point in time, about anything. It can go either way. That's the truth. Hold up, what did Cheryl say? But yeah. The only honorable mention on our list is the sexual tension that exists between Aries and anybody. Or everybody. And like I said, it's self-explanatory. Aries is savage and raw. It's pure horniness. They can get turned on at any point in time by anything or anybody, but they can also get angry at anything or anybody at any point in time. And they don't hold grudges. It's just for that moment. That's the truth. And so, let's get into the actual top 5. And number 5 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them. Oh, this is a frustrating one that I've experienced. And it's the tension that exists between Cancer and Sagittarius. Man, with Cancer and Sagittarius, this is a heartbreak waiting to happen. This is joy and pain. And the attraction between which you can't have one without the other. This is Cancer finding somebody who can make them smile like never before until they end up crying like always. This is Sagittarius being sexually attracted but non-committal, while Cancer tries to cling on to a promise that was never made in the first place. There is an inconjunction between Cancer and Sagittarius. And it's like it's all cool until they really get to know each other. Like, and I can speak from personal experience. Like, I'll be attracted to a Sagittarius because of their energy and their positivity, and and they'll be attracted to me. But then when it comes to what I need, Sagittarius is not available for that. Nor did they ever say they were. Now, on the contrary, Sagittarius can be into Cancer, and you know they can be passionate about anything. But as soon as Cancer tries to dig in, it's like, man, it's a motherfucker, man. My daughter is a Sagittarius Sun, Cancer Moon. I've dated a Sagittarius myself, and I was attracted to her throughout high school because I never knew her. I never spent time. I was around her, but we never got to know each other. We had a vibe, a sexual attraction between us. But I'll tell you what fucked it up. Me being a Cancer. I moved into her house. And that soon made it very apparent that we weren't meant to be in a relationship. And we didn't argue or anything. It's just like, as soon as I got there, it was immediately apparent that, like, damn, this is not what I liked you, but this is not what I wanted you to do, was move in here. And on the contrary, I didn't like who she was. I thought she was very selfish. She loved the way that I loved her. But she didn't want to be with me. But there is this attraction that comes with that. See, Sagittarius is the wanderer. They're the wanderer of the zodiac. The traveler, the philosopher. But they also want to have something to come home to, or the ideal of such. It's a tragic story. It's a heartbreak waiting to happen. It's joy and pain. It's Cancer finding somebody who can make them smile like never before until they end up crying like always. It's Sagittarius being sexually attracted but non-committal, while Cancer just tries to cling on to a promise that was never made in the first place. And that's why Cancer and Sagittarius are number 5 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them. And they're only number 5 because there's not a lot of sexual tension, but there is some that's there. I've seen too many Cancers and Sagittarius fucking around with each other. I see it all the time. There's something that makes them attracted to each other, but there's also something that once they get into a relationship, they realize that this is not for them. I mean, even besides relationship things, which we're talking about sexual tension, I've seen in my personal relationships with my sister or with my daughter even, like, me being a Cancer, I'm too clingy for them. And I just want to love them and guide them, but they want to learn and experience. They don't need nobody trying to be their mama or their daddy. And so that's why they number 5. Now let's get into number 4. Number 4. Quad. Number 4 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 5 signs that have the most sexual attention between them is where it gets good. Because these next 4, you're going to be able to feel it. You've probably seen it. But number 4 on the list, this is a perfect vibe for that. Is Taurus and Leo. Oh, man. When it comes to Taurus and Leo, this is a stubborn, excessive indulgence. This is fun, food, sex, and sleep. This is extravagance in its highest form. It's class, taste, and style. Oh yeah. Taurus loves to spoil, and Leo loves to be spoiled. And plain and simple, these may be the 2 most affectionate signs physically that there are. But there's also a certain stubbornness where Taurus is trying to chill and Leo's being extra. Or where neither one of them are putting in the right amount of effort in their relationship or into their interpersonal dynamics. These are 2 of the laziest signs also. Leo also wants Taurus to be bold in their approach, but Taurus also is kind of like, hold on, I got to make sure it's worth it before I make a move. But when they do fuck around, oh man, it's fun, it's physical, it's sexy, it's all of that shit. And there's a certain amount of style that comes with these 2 right here. And to answer your question, Rose, I am married to a Capricorn woman. Right now. My daughter is also a Capricorn. But yes, I'm married to a Capricorn woman. So yeah. You just kind of see it. With Taurus and Leo, they can indulge, they can just gulp each other up, they can love each other, they can be more affectionate than ever, but they can also have some fucking crazy ass fights. Once both of those signs dig in, it's a problem. It's a fucking problem. But sexually, there's this dynamic between these two that is indomitable. Like I said, Taurus loves to spoil. Leo loves to be spoiled. You know, Leo wants somebody who feels like they're worth that. And Leo also, in their own way, has a certain taste. They might want to fuck with their fans, but they also have this thing where they want, and me, I'm a Venus in Leo, so I know this, where the Leo energy really wants, it wants something that's valuable. They feel like they are, but they also want something that they can be proud of, and somebody that's proud of them. And, you know, they can go harder than just about anybody, or they can do nothing and be lazy, and their whole interaction and relationship can waste away. Just a second. All right, Rose, we'll see you later. But yeah, it's just a stubborn, excessive indulgence when they get together sexually. They could wallow in each other's loves. They could have amazing sexual experiences because they're both so physical in their expressions of love. They're both so affectionate. It's playful sensuality. Like I said, it's fun, food, sex, and sleep. You know, this is extravagance. Don't get it twisted. But that tension, man, that stubborn nothing that can exist between these signs. It's not the same as with Aquarius and Scorpio, because those are two signs that really never do nothing. These two can do nothing. They could want something, want to do something, but ultimately do nothing. There is a certain laziness that makes them only number 4 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 5. Signs that have the most sexual tension between them. What's up, Shine? Now, let's get to number 3. Number 3 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them. This is Virgo and Aquarius. And when it comes to Virgo and Aquarius, this is a meeting of two minds. This is a meeting of two minds. This is a picky eater and a delicacy. Yeah. This is a polynomial and a problem solver. You hear me? This is practicality and ingenuity. It's the understanding that intelligence is sexy, but with these two, who's more ingenious? What's crazy is there's this sexual tension because Aquarius likes to fix things, and Virgo always has a problem. And ultimately, Virgo really wants to be involved with somebody who doesn't need them, somebody who values them for them other than what they can do for them. And so from that, you see this relationship take on this interesting dynamic between these two. Now, it can also get weird, and it can be impersonal between these two. It can really get impersonal, but it can also be very sexy. Because there's this dynamic where Aquarius doesn't need anybody or anything. And Virgo wants to show you that you're wrong, even though they don't want anybody to need them. But there's this thing that comes up. This is where Aquarius is willing to do anything, and Virgo is willing to do anything that pleases. It's not people pleasing in the same that Libra, it's more like service. This is my responsibility. I'm gonna do it because this is what I'm supposed to do. And I'm gonna do it consistently and perfectly. This is where Virgo's never had somebody who cares about them. And when I say them, I don't mean just the individual Virgo. I'm talking about them as the whole of the relationship. Plain and simple. They kind of look at it like, hey, man, like, this is us. I care about us. I care about us as a whole, us as a team. Now, Virgo is more or less like, if that's the case, I'm gonna do my part. I'm gonna do my part. Plain and simple. It's very interesting. And it's an intellectual connection. It's mental stimulation. It's like, who is intelligent enough to understand the things that I'm talking about? Well, Virgo is like, hey, I don't not only understand that stuff you're saying, but I can also pick it apart, organize it for you. I feel you, Anthony. My son, my baby son. Well, he's not a baby, he's 9 years old, but my youngest son is an Aquarius Sun, Virgo Moon. But yeah, it's like he doesn't need anybody, but he needs people to need him. He has a need to feel useful. And Aquarius is incredibly accommodating in that way. And they both know how to deal with each other without getting too emotionally invested. But it can be impersonal, and it can lack intimacy. And that's why they're only number 3 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them. Now, let's get into number 2. Numero 2. And number 2 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them. This is Libra and Capricorn. And that means this is a cardinal conundrum. Because with Libra and Capricorn, this is that sexual tension that exists between a champion and a trophy. Think about that. There's a sexual tension that exists between a champion and a trophy. This is a power couple. This is the devil and their advocate. But the question is, when you're talking about the devil and their advocate, who's really in charge? That's where the cardinal conundrum kicks in. When you're looking at Libra and Capricorn, who's really in charge? Yeah, this is the devil and their advocate. This is a power couple, but who's really in charge? See, here's the thing. Here's where it becomes very sexy. Is Capricorn loves to be in control. They might even need it. And Libra knows exactly how to manipulate them into thinking that they are. Libra knows how to control the individual, control the person. The Capricorn thinks they control the situation. But Libra knows how to play their part perfectly to the effect that the Capricorn thinks they're in charge. They think they're running shit. But Libra knows how to cater to that ego in a way that Capricorn does whatever Libra wants. And then there's also a thing where Capricorn needs their peace. They need their peace. And Libra can offer that. It can balance them out. Libra can also be the sign that can talk to them without their feelings getting in the mix. It's like, oh, we can talk about this. We can approach this from an objective perspective. You hear me? We can approach this from an objective perspective. We ain't even got to let our feelings get in the way. This is what we need to do. This is where they can make power moves together. But once again, the issue can come in where Capricorn does start to suspect that Libra is superficial or two-faced or fake. You know, when you get a trophy, when you win the championship, you never look at the trophy. Especially these days. You win a trophy, you take it home, and it's all fun until you look at it and you see this shit is plastic. This shit is not gold. This is plastic painted in gold. It's like, oh, I wanted to win the championship and I wanted that trophy, but now that I got that trophy, this trophy is not what I thought it was. You hear me? And that's why they're only number 2. Like I said, this is a champion and the sexual tension that exists with the trophy. This is that power couple. This is the devil and their advocate. But who's in charge, the devil or the advocate? When you look back at the King Arthur story or the Arthurian times, you would say that, or you would think that King Arthur is the king, right? He's more powerful, but no, Merlin is more powerful. Merlin being the magician and the advisor. Merlin influences the decisions that they make. I look at myself and I look at my karmic debt 19. And I look back at the fact that I have a Libra South Node. Now, in numerology, a karmic debt 19 points to an abuse of power. That means somewhere along my soul's path, either early on in life, but probably in a previous lifetime, I had considerable power. Whether it be, and when I say power, I mean power. Whether it be military or political influence, whether it be riches or royalty, or all three. I had those. But looking at it and looking at my Libra South Node, what this leads me to believe, and from a past life regression I had, is I wasn't necessarily the king or the dictator. I was the manipulator. I was the black hand. I was the advisor to the ruler of the country, which made me even more powerful because I influenced every decision that they made and I had a direct connection to the people. The liaison. And so, because I could be the advocate and talk to this individual and tell them what decisions they need to make, it gave me a significant amount of power, even over this individual, because I could set them up for failure. I could put somebody else into place. I could get them to do what I wanted. All I had to do is act like they were my boss. And people outside weren't going to touch me because they knew my importance to the throne or to the system. And so I believe that's how my karmic debt 19 played out. Even more than me being this powerful dictator, I was an expert manipulator. And I knew how to talk to this person the right way and cater to their ego in a way that made them be willing to do things my way. And so you ask yourself with Capricorn and Libra, who's really in charge? Because Capricorn likes to be in control and Libra knows exactly how to manipulate them into thinking that they are. But there's also a certain sexiness that exists between them because they look good together. Having that Libra is a part of the Capricorn's accomplishments, achievements. You could also look at it as this trophy wife. And when you have somebody who has a trophy wife or a trophy husband, you have this go-getter. You have this individual who's a conqueror of the outside world. But that trophy wife or that has a certain influence over this individual. They have a certain power over this individual. And so this is where power dynamics come into play very prominently. And that's sexy. But it's also a cardinal conundrum because who's in charge? And that's why Libra and Capricorn are number 2 on the list of the PrIcElEs. Top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them. Does anybody want to guess what number 1 is? Numero uno. Hold on, I gotta spit. I'm telling you now, this is where it gets sexy and toxic. Almost. That is one of those ones that really do. They do have a lot of sexual tension between them. I could have put them as an honorable mention, but they are. That is one of those ones, though. It's not Aries and Scorpio either. Number 1 on the list of the PrIcElEs. You got it right, Chanel. Of the PrIcElEs, top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them. Gemini and Scorpio. Man, when it comes to these 2 signs, this is what I would call a sexy, toxic mess. This is a dangerous game of cat and mouse. This is a contest of who's gonna drive who crazy first. And don't forget that these are 2 of the most sexual signs that they are. See, Scorpio always has another level to go to, and Gemini wants to see it. And there's also this psychological sexual tension that's created because Gemini has something about him. And Scorpio wants to know what it is, but Scorpio just can't figure Gemini. That's the one sign they can't figure out. They can't catch up or figure out because they always have a loophole. They always have a way out. They always have another dynamic that they can introduce. They always have escapability. That's the truth. And so there's something about that where Scorpio doesn't want to give up. It's fixed and it wants to keep pushing. It wants to keep probing. It's not going to... No, I'm going to figure your ass out. I'm going to catch your ass up. Because I know you ain't shit. And Gemini ain't shit, but they ain't going to get caught up. They always know the loopholes or the way outs. Hold on, I got to stand up real fast. But yeah, my bad. Could y'all still see me? Excuse me. But yeah, man, there's just this thing between them that's fucking toxic. Like, and I want you to understand, it can get dangerous because Gemini and Scorpio are they're not only in conjunct, but they're 8th from 8th. That means they're also 8 places apart, and so that creates a sexual tension in its own self, astrologically. And then it's also, like I said, this thing where who's gonna drive who crazy. Who's gonna drive who crazy? I mean, it's real easy for Scorpio to get into that that stalking mode, that crazy motherfucking, I gotta find out, I gotta, you know, I gotta sneak. But Gemini is so fucking sneaky and so motherfucking tricky. Oh. The thing is Gemini is insane also. There's a very interesting sexual dynamic between these two. Like, man, Scorpio feels like Gemini is gonna make him kill him. Gemini feels like this is just fun. You know, this is just getting interesting. This is the exact type of stimulation that I need. This is, matter of fact, this is stimulation and scintillation. Yeah. It's very, very sexy. It's cat and mouse. But it's also toxicity at its finest between these two. Like, it's just a game to Gemini. But it's never a game to Scorpio. It's crazy. Like, Gemini is just like, damn, this motherfucker's intense. Like, this shit is, you know, it's just fun. But Scorpio is like, man, I'm gonna get this motherfucker by any means necessary. And Gemini is more or less like, you need every means necessary. Now, there's also a certain nosiness that comes with these two that don't come with the other ones. Like, Gemini is curious and they want to know what's going on. And so Scorpio is very sneaky and private. So Gemini wants to figure out Scorpio's secrets. They want to know Scorpio's secrets. And Scorpio somehow gets caught up in the illusion that means Gemini cares. Yeah. Yeah. And they're just this sexual energy between those two signs that is unlike any other. And they are two of the most sexual signs. They can have a lot of awesome sex, but that shit can get fucking dangerous, both for them as individuals and for them from the person that they're involved with. See, Gemini might just finally get caught up in some shit that they can't get away from. And Scorpio might go crazy and lose control. They lose control. And Gemini likes to test the limits and test the waters. You know, let's keep it interesting. Let's keep it like that. Well, Scorpio is more or less like, motherfucker, I'm gonna take it there. I'm gonna take it there. Gemini's like, let's go. I like going for rides. And it's cool until it ain't. It's cool until it ain't. A game of cat and mouse is great until the fucking cat gets the mouse. And then the mouse is dead. I mean, that's the truth. We watch Tom and Jerry and we laugh and think that shit is so cute because they got this thing where he can't catch them. But do you know what Tom would do if he really caught Jerry? He'd fucking eat him. Consume him. Kill him. Good thing Jerry never gets caught. That's kind of how it is with Scorpio and Gemini. Like, Good thing Gemini is the quickest and the most versatile, and Gemini always has this capability, because if they were any other sign, they're liable to be dead. But they're not any other sign, and that's why it's sexy. But it's also messy. Gemini knows Scorpio's secrets. They know Scorpio's weaknesses. And they'll use them against Scorpio. And also understand that Gemini, they can be trifling. And Scorpio is tit for tat. I'm talking about tit for tat. You do something to me, I'm going to do something to you. Matter of fact, if I think you're doing something to me, I'm going to do something to you, and I'm going to take it to the extreme. And then Gemini's like, oh, we playing a game? It's like that. And that's why they're number one on the list of the PrIcElEs top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them. Now, let's review it before we go, because we only got 30 more minutes to go. The only honorable mention on our list of the PrIcElEs top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them was the sexual tension that exists between Aries and anybody. Because it's pretty much self-explanatory. Aries is pure horniness. They can be turned on by anything or anybody at any point in time, anywhere. But they can also get pissed off at anything or anybody at any point in time, anywhere. They can get turned on just like that. They can get turned off even quicker. That's Aries. They can fight anybody or everybody. Especially if the impulse is kicking in. But they don't hold grudges either. So there is a dynamic sexual tension that exists between Aries and the world. And that's why they're our only honorable mention. Now, number 5 on our list of the PrIcElEs top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them. You ready? Cancer and Sagittarius. Because there's just this energy, this attraction that exists between them, but it's ultimately a heartbreak that's waiting to happen. It's joy and pain. It's a smile and it's a teardrop. It's Cancer finding somebody who's going to make them smile like they've never smiled before. But ultimately, who makes them cry like they always have. It's Sagittarius being sexually attracted but non-committal. And in that, Cancer is trying to cling to a promise that was never made in the first place. Sagittarius told you exactly what their intentions were. You just didn't pay attention because you were too caught up in your own feelings. This is not Pisces. This is Cancer. Cancer feels how Cancer feels. People forget that about Cancer energy. It's a lot more selfish in its expression. It can be nurturing and affectionate, but it's also more selfish in its expression. It's more needy than Pisces is. Pisces, it's about love unconditionally and the expression of such. But Cancer is about how Cancer feels. And so when you see this right there, you just see that Cancer was acting on how they feel, what they want. And they never even thought about the truth. And the truth hurts. There's a saying in the hood that says, the same thing that'll make you laugh or make you cry. That's what I used to say when I was locked up. If somebody was laughing at me or playing with me about something and I took it personally, which I tend to do as a Cancer myself, they'd be laughing at me or somebody be playing or trying to joke with me, and I'll just look at them in the face and I'll say, hey man, the same thing that make you laugh will make you cry. And it applies. The heartbreak waiting to happen is why Cancer and Sagittarius are number 5 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them. Now, when it comes to number 4, this is Taurus and Leo, because this is a stubborn, excessive indulgence. It's fun, food, sex, and sleep. It's extravagance in its highest form. It's class, taste, and style. Yeah. Taurus loves to spoil, and Leo loves to be spoiled. And ultimately, these are probably 2 of the most affectionate signs that there are, physically. Taurus always takes a sensual approach, and Leo loves it. Yeah. But there's also stubborn problems that come between them. Nobody can be lazier than those 2. Nobody can be more stubborn. I know all the fixed signs have their own stubbornness, but Taurus and Leo take it to another level, because once they dig in, nobody's moving. Once ego's involved with Leo, they're dying right there where they stand. Taurus ain't moving. It is an unstoppable force and an immovable object. So yeah. Are you ready? And by the way, while we're here, let me give a shout out to my starling, Nezzy Nicole. Matter of fact, shout out to all the starlings that tune in. And if you're on Facebook, you need to go join Star. Yeah, you know who we are. This is the Society of Tarot and Astrology readings. But I'm telling you now, you need to leave your feelings at the door. Because, as we say, it's not a safe space. It is a shitposting group. We are going to play with you. We are going to make fun of you. And if you can't take it, you're going to get put out. And I'm telling you, it's especially not a safe space for a male. You cannot come into Star thinking you can assert yourself. It is a goddess-driven community. And the only way you're going to make it is through grace. Now, I just so happen to be the king. But they might even get rid of my ass anytime, at any point. And a shout out to my sister, Joali Queen Machete. She's an amazing tarotist and an amazing financial advisor. She's my personal financial advisor. She's my friend. She's a confidant. And so for any of y'all that are looking to monetize your spiritual gifts, go get at Joali. Or you can look for Queen Machete on Patreon or on Facebook. And Star has several subgroups. It's not just the main group with shitposting. We have the Elder Circle. For those of us that were born in the Pluto through Scorpio generation and before that. You know, millennials and older. We have the Academy, which is more information and education centric. We have Raising Stars, which is for parents. We also have the culinary group. We have Spiritual Starlings. That's more about your spiritual journey. We also have Stoned Starlings. I forgot if that's what it's called, but for the smoke, we have all types of subgroups. So there's something for everybody. Just make sure you leave your feelings at the door. You hear me? And you can also join my personal group, Priceless Knowledge of Self. All right. We in this thing. And that brings us to number 3 on the list of the price list, top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them. And that is Virgo and Aquarius, because that's a meeting of two minds. It's a picky eater and a delicacy. It's a polynomial and a problem solver. It's practicality and ingenuity. It's inventiveness and organization. Yeah, intelligence is sexy, but when it comes to those two, who's more ingenious? Because when you really look at it, Aquarius likes to fix things, and Virgo always has a problem. Shout out to Adrian Benitez. No. Just fine. That brings us to number 2. Number 2 on the list of the price list, top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them. Libra and Capricorn. Love you, God bless you, Shine. And when it comes to Libra and Capricorn, like I said, this is that sexual tension that exists between a champion and a trophy. This is that power couple. This is the devil and their advocate. But who's really in charge? See, that's the cardinal conundrum that you really have to be curious about. See, Capricorn likes to be in control, and Libra knows exactly how to manipulate them into thinking that they are. But what happens when Capricorn starts to suspect? What happens when Libra realizes they're cardinal too? I don't need nobody to tell me what to do. It happens. It happens. But ultimately, what's cool about them is they want to win. They want to win. And they typically do. Now, number 1 on the list of the price list, top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them. This is Gemini and Scorpio. And that's just a sexy, toxic mess. It's a dangerous game of cat and mouse. It's a contest of who's gonna drive who crazy first. And don't forget, those are 2 of the most sexual signs that there are. And Scorpio always has another level to go to, and Gemini always wants to see it. is where curiosity killed the kitty. Meow. And that's the PrIcElEs top 5 signs that have the most sexual tension between them in astrology. Now we have like 15 more minutes to go. Does anybody have any questions about anything? I'm here to answer any questions for the next 15 minutes or so. Just make sure you're respectful of my energy in the process. That means I can answer anything about astrology or numerology or anything else that's going to help you raise that vibration. Andrea Parker, does that say Andrew? Andre Parker. Andre Parker, you said, what about Virgo? Virgo was just on the list. Are you asking about Virgo as a sign, period? I mean, you're a Virgo. You're very picky. You're very analytical, critical, and technical. You have a big focus on doing things the right way. You want to be seen as somebody who's useful or efficient or irreplaceable. You also are willing to help. Matter of fact, you're so willing to help that sometimes people can get caught up in what you do for them and forget how special you are as an individual. So yeah. And then Vanessa, you said, you're curious if I like to use whole sign or Placidus when reading charts or looking at your own. I like to use Placidus. Placidus is infinitely more accurate. You can prefer whole sign, and you're entitled to do so. But ultimately, if you're doing whole sign or equal house, you're going to be forcing something to be in a sign or a house that it's not normally in. Placidus is the natural flowing of energy. And so what if it's ugly or uneven and there's signs that are missing and houses that are overtaken and there's interceptions? That's how life is. Life isn't fair or even. So when you're using Placidus, Placidus is the natural flowing of energy. But if you want something that's easier to read and something that might be able to make sense for you, then I would say that whole sign works. But for me, I'm a professional, so I use Placidus. Young God, you said, how did I overcome my addictions in life? I mean, there's several things in different instances. Fear in certain cases. And then in other cases, pride, grace of God. I've been addicted to 3 things, like really had 3 horrible addictions. Well, 4 because you count cannabis that I'm still addicted to. But there was a point in my life where I was addicted to opiates. Specifically, Lortabs or tabs or hydrocodone pills. You know, we called them tabs back then. I don't know what they call them now. Sometimes when they say tabs, they're talking about ecstasy pills. When I say tabs, I'm talking about Lortabs or Watson or Norco's hydrocodone pills. Whether it be the 5s to the 10s. I first of all, looking at those, I'm going to answer y'all's questions, but he asked a very relevant question first. Let me fix this. But, so if I miss your question, I'll come back to it. But, when it comes to those, I really didn't like, it's not about the way they made me feel. It's the sexual dynamic. And it's the same thing with most of the other drugs, except the spice. I was around people that were addicted to hydrocodones or to those opiates. And I would pop them every now and then, but I found that when I popped them, and actually my usual method for taking those was I would snort one and take one. Or snort one and take 2. So that it hits me in both ways faster and all that other shit. But basically, in taking those, it's because I could last as long as I wanted to last sexually. So that's how I ended up, I ended up hooked on them. But it started because I would have somebody, I would be out of town, or I'd be messing around with the chick, and I would take some hydrocodone or some opiates because it could make me last longer. I could go hard for a long ass time sexually. But the problem is, it went from just doing that when I was gonna be sexual to then I just do, in passing, I start to do it more, and I started to do it more, and started to do it more. But then once you do that, I went through a time where, with opiates especially, where you become physically dependent on them. And so you start being afraid of the withdrawals. And so I got on them, and I would do them, and then you develop this fear of the withdrawals, of your stomach hurting, or you having diarrhea and throwing up and all this stuff that happens when you get off of opiates. And so I developed a fear of the withdrawals. And so that kept me addicted till one day it's just like, I got to a point where it's like, fuck that. I couldn't get any, or I couldn't find any. And so I had to, I had to deal with the withdrawals. And so when that happened, I kind of was so scared of the withdrawals again that I never did them. That's what I meant by fear. I never did it again. And I haven't taken opiates since then, in any form. But it just starts out because that's what's idealized in the culture I grew up in. It wasn't just those pills, but it was codeine, cough syrup, whether it be ThErApY, which is what I preferred, or promethazine with codeine. I'm from West Texas. I'm from Texas, so that was a part of the culture that I grew up in, being in the streets and shit, is sipping syrup. But there was also Xanax bars and all that other stuff. But the addiction to opiates developed from me wanting to take them all the time to have sex. But then it went from that to, I would just, in passing, I'd have a lot of them, so I'd take me a couple, and it wasn't even about the way they were feeling. I just had them, and then I was afraid of the withdrawals. But then once I got off of them and I had to experience the withdrawals, I was so afraid of the withdrawals that I never did them again. If that makes sense. And then now I wouldn't do it because I'm scared of fentanyl. I mean, that was 10 years ago. But now I wouldn't do it because of fentanyl. And then when it comes to the other addiction that I had for a little bit, it was spice, K2. And I got on that in prison. I was in prison at a trustee camp, and they was like, "Hey, bro, we got some shit that's just like bud. It feels like bud. It's synthetic weed. It's I forgot what it was called, what kind they had, but it was a specific kind they had. But they were like, "Hey, we got it." And so I was like, "For real?" And I'm such a weed head, and they were like, "Bro, it's not gonna show up. They don't have no way to test for this or nothing." So it was before that shit got real strong. But I'm in prison, so we would walk around the track, and we would smoke us a little bitty pinner joint of that K2, and we would feel like weed. It would be high. We'd be high. We'd go eat. But then when I got out, I started messing around with the strong stuff. The strong stuff. The stuff that would make you trip out. And so it got to a point in that addiction to where I was just like a crackhead. And there's a lot of people that were on K2 like that. To where I spent every day, if I wasn't at work, and then I eventually started doing it at work, doing K2 or trying to acquire K2, because it wasn't something that's easy. It's not something you could like crack, or there would be one or two K2 dealers in the big city, or maybe a few, and then there would be stores that sold some bullshit. But you would go to stores to go do that shit. And so I got out and I couldn't smoke weed, and so I got on the K2. And so when I got on the K2 or the spice, like that shit, I got so addicted to that shit that all I would do is I was smoking. That shit would be so strong. If I didn't trip out, which I did trip out sometimes, I would take one hit, light it up, take a hit, then immediately just drop the joint, burn myself up, burn my clothes. It happened every time almost. I would hit that shit, And that shit is so strong. As soon as you took a hit, I'd immediately fall asleep. Drop the joint on me or drop the blunt on me. It burned me up. And then I would be out for a minute. Then I'd wake up and eat a whole bunch of food and go get some more. Well, I got so addicted to it that I spent all my time either at my house or at the K2 man's house. And so, just like a crackhead, when I would get my check, I would owe this motherfucker my whole check. Like, I would get so much that I would run out and I'd start getting fronted because I didn't have any more money. And then that means when I got my check, I would owe him my whole check. I might have $40, $50 out of a $600, $700 check at that time that I didn't owe. And so I would just have that. And I'd be like, well, I just need to get me one more bag. And he'd be like, well, I'll get you a bag and front you a bag. So I'm already back in the hole again. And so with that shit, I tripped out a few times, and you know, that shit makes people do crazy stuff. So there was one time where I got real high in front of my kids. I hit the shit, and my kids were there, and I was like, I couldn't function in front of my children. Didn't know where I was at or what was going on. I was fucking belligerent, and you know, totally outside of reality. And that, you know, that scared the shit out of my kids. There was another time where I attacked my wife. I just hit it and I don't know what happened. Like, I just, you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't hurt her, but I just, like, she said that she thought I was trying to get her to help me, but I wouldn't let go of her. I grabbed her and wouldn't let go of her. Like, but I couldn't say what I wanted. And so I was holding on to her, and she said I wouldn't say anything, and I was just like staring at her, and it was crazy. And you know what I'm saying, I ended up falling through a glass coffee table and cutting myself up real bad. And I just remember I woke up in a puddle of throw up, and my dog, which we had a Great Dane at the time. And so we had this big ass dog. I remember I woke up, or I came to, and the dog was just like in front of me, keeping me at bay. Like, my dog, instead of me keeping the dog at bay, the dog was just in front of me growling, like keeping me from moving. And a whole bunch of shit was broken, and I was bleeding real bad, and I had thrown up, and my wife was tripping. And then so the next day, my wife pulled me to the side, and she just said, hey, she said, you are disrespecting your family. You're disrespecting yourself. I'm not going to do that with you. You know, my wife's a Capricorn. She just said, hey, I'm not going to do that shit with you. Like, she's like, you need to cut that shit out, or you're going to lose your family. Plain and simple. And she doesn't play. It's not like, oh, I'm begging you to stop. It's either you stop that shit, or you're going to lose your family. We're not doing that dolphin shit, and we're not doing that crazy shit that you did on that shit. We're not doing that shit. And I made a choice right then that I wasn't going to do it anymore. And I stopped doing it right then. I had withdrawals that were just as bad as the fucking opiates, because that shit gets you hooked bad. I was hooked on that shit bad. To where I spent days in cold sweats and shivering at the bottom of a shower and shit. But I went through that. And then the other addiction I had was to dope, to methamphetamines. And I told you how I got on that. I told the story here of how I ended up doing that. But getting off of that was a spiritual awakening, and it took legal situations. Like, it just was like, I started using that for the sexual effects, just like everything else. I did it so I could have amazing sex. Like, I would last a long time, and it made me very sexual, and it just made me, you know, it made me different. And that eventually developed into where it was just pornography. It wasn't just sexual with people. Like, I was doing nothing but doing dope and watching porn all the time. Playing with myself for 18 hours straight and shit. Like, no lie. But it just got to a point where I got in trouble. I caught a case. I started, you know, when I was getting in trouble, and my wife never knew it. I hid it. That's the one thing. They never knew I did that. I wasn't like everybody else because I sold it. But and I made money selling it, so I didn't seem like a dope fiend. And I still had my job and all that shit, but they just didn't know I was always smoking it. I was always sneaking and smoking on my own. Matter of fact, me and my wife got into it and I moved out, and that was just a perfect excuse I needed for me to have my own place so I could just sit in there and smoke dope when I wasn't at work, or fuck with dope, you know, fuck with other people, fuck with girls that did that shit. You know, that we get high and get tweaked out and fuck for a couple of days. Or I'd be at work smoking it in the bathroom, or I'd be at my house smoking it in the bathroom. And so like I said, I started getting in trouble, and my life started heading down a really fucked up path. And I had this spiritual experience. I've told this story here, but what ended up happening is it was my birthday. It's funny that my birthday's coming up, but it was my birthday 2019 or 2020. I'm trying to think. 2019. No, 2020. It was that soon. It was my birthday 2020. Right before we moved and before I started this channel. After my spiritual awakening. But I get off work. I worked at a bar. I was a head bouncer and assistant manager at a bar. And so I get off work and I call this girl that I named Nina to come pick me up. And I had a car, but we were gonna go ride. She sold dope. I sold dope. We were gonna go ride and get high. We were gonna go back to her hotel room and fuck after that or whatever. And so I called Nina to come pick me up. We're riding around. It's 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, and we go to this house to go make. You know, she's like, "Hey, we're gonna go over to my homegirl's house. You know, they good. They be smoking and shit, but I know we can make some money over there or whatever. And then after that we'll go back to the room in the morning or whatever." And I'm like, "Bet." You know, I was down for whatever. It's my birthday. And so I got y'all. I'm gonna answer y'all's questions. But anyway, what happened is we go to this house. We go in there. There's a couple of dudes there. There's a couple of chicks there. But as soon as we get there, I noticed this lady that's sitting at like a little card table by herself, fucking with cards. She's shuffling cards and shit. And she keeps shuffling them, and she keeps spreading them out and looking at them, and then, you know, she's just not saying nothing, but she's doing different than everybody else. But basically it's her house. I can tell it's her house, but you know, she's on this shit too. So we smoke a couple of bowls of that shit with them, and then right as we're sitting there smoking, that lady just looks up out of the blue and she says, "Hey." She said, "It's your birthday?" She just looked at me and she hadn't said anything to me. I know. She's like, "It's your birthday?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Oh shit." She's like, "Come here." She's like, "I need to look at your palm. Come here." And so I went over there and she looked at my palm and she was like, oh, she started crying. And she was like, she's like, "Sit down, I need to tell you something." And I'm thinking, this bitch is high as a motherfucker. Like, man, this shit is crazy. This motherfucker is high. And so I sit down. I'm like, okay, what? It's her house. I'm being respectful. I sit down and she's like, "I'm telling you now, I've been waiting for you. I got to tell you something." And so she starts telling me stuff about myself. Stuff that nobody else could know. That the girl with me couldn't know, so she couldn't have told her. She starts telling me stuff about myself. And then I didn't know then, but I noticed now that she has tarot cards. So this is what she has. She's got tarot cards, and she lays out a spread. She shuffles them up a couple times. She lays out, as much as, I don't know, maybe 100 times because she's a tweaker. But she shuffles them a whole bunch of times, and then she lays out the spread. She goes to flipping cards and telling me crazy shit. And then in the middle, she just stood up. And she was like, "You need to leave." I was like, "What?" She's like, "You need to get the fuck out of my house." And I was like, "What did I do?" I thought she was just tweaking. She's like, "No." She's like, "You didn't do anything wrong." She started crying. She's like, "But I'm telling you now," she said, "this shit ain't for you." And, I know dope isn't for anybody, but she was like, "It's not for you." She's like, "This life, this shit is not for you." She's like, "You are so different. You have so," and she's like, "And I'm telling you now, you have a spirit, a feminine or female spirit that watches over you." She's like, "I see her standing behind you right now. She has her arms crossed, and she won't let anything hurt you. Anything." She said, "The only thing that can hurt you is you, and you're doing it." She's like, "I don't know who this spirit is or what this spirit is, but They love you and they're protecting you from everything, but they can't protect you from you. She said, you're here to help people. She's like, you have so much talent. You know so much. She's like, you're so gifted. She's just crying. She's like, you need to get out of my house. She was like, she told old girl, Nina, she said, hey, you need to take him wherever you got him from. And Nina's like, what'd he do? What'd he do? She's like, he didn't do anything. She's like, I'm just telling you, he's different. He's a good man. This is not for him. You need to get him out of here. Get him away from this. You're gonna have bad. She's like, you're gonna have bad karma come on you if you don't get him away from you. Get him away from this dope and this shit. Like, she's like, you cannot. She looked at me and she's crying. She held my hands right here. She said, you cannot smoke dope over here. She's like, do not come back to this house. She's like, go home to wherever your home is, your family, whatever you have. I think you have a family. Go home. She's like, go home. She's like, don't do this. She's like, don't do this to yourself. Please don't do this anymore. And I'm just like, what? And she's like, there's going to be more signs that come. And she told me my spirit sign and oracle card. She flipped the tarot cards and told me stuff. But she's like, I'm just telling you, like, your life is about to change completely. As soon as you stop doing this shit, like, your life is going to change completely. Not just like you're going to go in recovery, but like you are going to, like, you have a purpose. And I'm just like, what? And I was like, man, you're like, and I'm like, man, she just high. I'm telling Nina, like, she just high. Like, and she's like, no. Like, and I mean, I was still shook and I just didn't want, I was like, man, she's high. And she's like, no, we got to go. She told me you got to get out of here. So I'm going to take you back to the room or whatever. And I'm like, man, just take me home. Just take me home. And so I go home. When I go home, I try to smoke. I go in the bathroom. I go to hide. My wife's asleep. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. I go in the bathroom to hide and smoke some dope. And so I go in the bathroom. I load up the glass pipe, the bolo, and I go to smoke. And as soon as I go to smoke, it just drops. Fell on the floor. I don't have another pipe, so I can't smoke anymore. I'm pissed. So I'm sitting there and I'm picking up. And I usually have a Bluetooth speaker. I've told y'all this before. But I'll have a Bluetooth speaker playing in there because I don't want anybody to hear me flicking the lighter in there. And so when I go in there, I immediately turn a Bluetooth speaker on, whether I'm taking a shower, taking a shit or whatever, because they think I'm watching videos or whatever I'm doing, but I'm smoking dope. And so as soon as I get in there and I drop the pipe, the Bluetooth speaker is playing. And the next thing it comes on is, it says, 12 signs your spiritual guide is trying to contact you. And I'm like, it comes on and it starts playing, but as it's playing, it's telling the signs, I'm experiencing the signs as they say it, like this is the significator, like, oh, one is this, and then I'll be like, damn, and then I'll feel it, I'll go through it, and I'll be like, man, I'm high, I'm tripping, so I'm like, man, I'm tripping, I didn't let this bitch get to me, and so I go outside of the room, and when I go outside of the room, I just have this intense feeling on the back of my neck or in the back of my head or at the base of my skull, just this really intense feeling. And it's so intense that it makes me have to sit down. Like I'm feeling it and it's like, woo, but it's not a bad feeling. It's just like, woo, 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 like a crazy sensation right here at the base of my skull. And I'm like, man, what the fuck? And I like close my eyes and I get on my knees on the edge of the bed. And as I get on the knees on the edge of my bed, you know, something, whether it's, like I said, you could look at it as psychosis, but something spiritual started speaking to me and said, hey, no, this is what you need to do. You're done with that shit. You're done with that shit. And if you're not done with that shit, we're going to make you done with that shit. You have to help a lot of people. You already have this and this and this, and everything that you've been given is for a reason. Everything you've been through is for a reason. All of the you know, the looks that you have, which I know my teeth are messed up now, but plain and simple, the looks that you have, the vibe that you have, the magnetism that you have, the intelligence that you have, and the experience that you've had are all for you to help other people. It's not for you. You look the way you look, and you're biracial because you can be accepted by just about anybody. You can talk intelligently with just anybody. We gave you an education. We gave you talent and charisma that can captivate people. You know that. We gave you a personality that's very unique to you. We gave you experiences so that people believe you. You've been to prison. You've been a gang member. You've been a pimp. You've been a hoe. You've been a fucking dope fiend. You've been through all of that shit. You've been through all of that shit. And look at you. I'm crying now, y'all. I'm sorry, but basically, yeah, that's how it was. Just like, man, you went like you given all of this shit for a reason. Even the stuff that you've experienced. Like, you've been that shit. You have something to you that's different. You had to go to prison because you weren't going to change if you did it. You weren't going to change if you didn't. That's a part of it too. Like, that made you who you are. Like, you got something to you that makes it different. You have this knowledge, and you have knowledge of self. And so what ended up happening was I heard all that, and I started thinking about it, but I still didn't accept it. So I had got, a few weeks before that, me and my wife had got in trouble in Walmart. I was stealing in Walmart. And I had got us caught up. You know how they waiting to get you at the door. Well, I had been just fucking around. I mean, we had money and shit. I sold dope. I had a job and everything. I was just in there stealing because I used to be stealing. But a few weeks before that, I had been stealing in Walmart. And I had ran and actually left my wife in there. Because she didn't steal anything, but I did. But anyway, basically, well, she still got in trouble for it too. Basically, they jammed us up at the door at Walmart. They took us into the little room where they take the thieves. And the lady it was just like a few little items. The lady was talking shit to us and telling me that she was about to call the police to take me to jail. And I think I already had a warrant from that dope case that I had. And so I told, there's a black dude that was at the door. He's standing in front of the door. And I had told him, I said, hey, bro, this is right in the middle of the George Floyd shit and all that racial shit. I looked him right in his eye and I said, hey, nigga, this is one of those moments where you have to choose. I would manipulate, but I just said, this is one of those moments where you have to choose a side. He's standing in front of the door and she's talking all this shit to me and my wife, so she's not hearing. But I look at he's a younger black dude, younger than me, but he's bigger than me. He's blocking the door. And I said, I'm telling you now, bro, this is one of those moments where you have to choose. They finna call the police. I'm not staying here. So either we finna fight, I'm finna go through you, or you can just move. And when I said that, he didn't say nothing. He just moved out of the way from the door. He just slightly moved so where I could, like, showing me, hey, you can just go. He didn't say nothing. He just moved out of the way of the door. And I just ran. I just took off running. Ran out the parking lot, got out of there, got away. Well, basically, my dumb ass had already given the lady my ID, so it wasn't no point. So the laws came. They wrote my wife a ticket, and then they told her they were going to put a warrant out for me. Well, fast forward to the next day after I have this spiritual experience, I used to go take my wife to work in the morning. We shared one vehicle. And so we woke up, my wife woke me up to go take the kids to school and take her to work. And so when we go outside, as soon as we step outside, I step in the car, 3 or 4 police cars just swoop up on us. Shoo, 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 shoo. I'm like, what the fuck? They pull me out of the car and arrest me. They take me to the county jail. And I told this story to y'all before, this part of the story to y'all before. So when they take me to the county jail, I remember that I still have a bag of dope and a pipe at my house. And I don't want my wife to find it because she's never known I did drugs. She's accused me, but I lied and said, no, I don't do, or somebody told her I did it and I just told her that that's a lie. And I still had a job. I didn't act like a dope fiend, so there was no way for her to know, really. But I did stay up all night, every night. So she was at work and my oldest son was at home. And I called my house. We had house phones still. And I called my house and I told my son, I said, hey, there's a sock. Now that sock had dope in a pipe in it, but he didn't know what it had in it. I said, there's a sock sitting on a chair in the room and it was just sitting out in the open. I was like, what I want you to do is go get that sock and just go throw it away. Do you hear me? Don't open it. Don't do nothing. Go get it and throw it away. And he said, yes, sir, whatever. And we got off the phone. Well, I guess he didn't do what I told him. or his mom got to it before him. Because I called back maybe an hour later when his mom was home, and as soon as I got on the phone, she's like, you got our son throwing away fucking dope pipes and touching dope pipes? And I said, what the fuck are you talking about? She's like, Roderick, I seen what was in that fucking sock. She's like, you're a fucking dope fiend. I knew it. She's like, you fucking doing dope. And I was like, you know, I couldn't say nothing. And she's like, and I was like, man, come get me. I was like, you got the bond, and my bond was like it was like $70,000, but they were gonna take $1,500. And I was like, hey, come get me. And she's like, why would I do that? And I talked, I said, you better come get me. We got the money, you come get, I got the money myself to put with it. Just come get me. Call the fucking bondsman and get me out of here. And she said, no. She said, no. I said, why? She said, what are you in there for? I said, Steven. She said, no, you ain't no $70,000. She said, you have a dope case that they have went off your bond on. I thought it was just from you hustling, but the truth is, you smoke dope. She's like, I'm not coming to get you. I said, well, I'm going to get out. I got the money. I'm going to get out. And she's like, I'm sure you will. And you pay bills. This is always your house, but I'm not getting you. I'm not coming to get you. And I cussed her out and told her, man, fuck you. You don't give a fuck. You ain't down for me. You just gonna leave me in here. And she's like, Roger, you got yourself in there. She said, I'm not coming to get you. She's like, and why would I do that if you're just going to come home and smoke dope? Why am I going to spend thousands of dollars of my money? This is a Capricorn. Why am I going to spend thousands of dollars of my money because you just want to get out and come get high? She said, fuck that. She said, don't call back. I'm like, I'm going to call. She's like, don't call back. I'm not arguing with you about it. And so she hung up on me. She didn't come get me. I waited like a day, and then I got a hold of, I had some money in my wallet already. I got a hold of a side piece that I talked to, and I got a hold of my uncle, and they pulled the money together, and they came and they bonded me out. And as I got out and I was going home, a voice or whatever, my spirituality, my higher self, whatever, said, hey, you got a choice to make. You got a fucking choice to make. And that's all they said. And so when I got home, I went in there, I talked shit to her, like, man, you didn't come get me. I told you I was gonna get out. Fuck you. I'm leaving. So I jumped in the car and I left. It's like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. I jumped in the car and I left, and I went to the convenience store a few blocks away. Well, as soon as I got to the convenience store, the first person I ran into was my plug. Crazy as it was my plug. Just, I mean, that's who you run into at 4 o'clock in the morning. I ran into some females, and I ran into my plug. And I hadn't smoked in a few days because I had been locked up. I wasn't, I had rested. I felt rested. I hadn't been on that shit. And I just like, I was clear in my mind. And they were like, hey, I heard you got popped or whatever. And I mean, they stupid because if somebody got popped, I wouldn't have gave them shit. They're like, hey, you want us to put you back on? We got some work. You want to go to the room and go smoke with us? And it was my boy that was saying it. It's a man and a woman. And the female said, nah, he's done. I don't know what made her say that, but she just looked at her and said, nah, he's done. And he's like, man, my nigga ain't. And she said, nah, look at him. She's like, you could tell he ain't doing it no more. And I thought about it, and something inside of, when she said that, it made me proud that she said that. For some reason. It made me real proud that she said that. And so I was like, I am done. And I was done. And so I just, after that, like, I went home and I went into my little room my little studio in the back of the house, and I started writing. And then all of this stuff about my channel and about, you know, the knowledge that I already have of astrology, because I be tweaking out, reading and doing all the stuff I've done for all them years. And it's like everything that I know is like, bro, that shit was really to help you. Like even this experience, like boom. And then I was just like, man, I know what I'm going to do. And so I went and I didn't. And then the next day, my wife came in there and she's like, I'm going to get you away from here. She was like, I'm going to get you away from here. And I was like, what? She's like, we're moving. We're moving. And she's like, I didn't tell you, but I already put my 2 weeks in. We're getting, like, us and our family, we're getting the fuck away from here. We're moving across the country. And I'm like, what? I was like, we got a house? And she was like, nope, we don't. But I love you, and I'm doing what, you know, if you really done, which I can tell you haven't been doing that shit. She's like, I'm gonna help you too. It's like, it wasn't, when I didn't come get you, it wasn't because I didn't love you. It's because you need to grow the fuck up, Rodrigo. Like you're grown in a motherfucker. You're a man. You have kids that you're responsible for, that love you. You're a great dad. Even like but like somebody has to do something. And if you stay around here, you're gonna get caught up in that same old shit. And so we packed up our whole we left almost all of our house. We packed up everything we could in our Suburban. We had a Suburban. And she packed all of that stuff in that Suburban, and she moved me across the country. And we didn't have a house. She didn't have a job, anything. She had her 401k from her job. And I had maybe a $500 or $600 because I had spent all my money bonding out of jail. And she's like, I believe in you. She's like, when we get here, you're going to start your own business. You're going to do this, you're going to do that, and it's going to be okay. And that's something that's really hard for a Capricorn to do, I'm telling you. And that's what we did. We came and we stayed in a fucking Super 8 motel for 3 weeks. She got her a job. Now, she happens to have a career. But you also have to look at why I had put my wife through school. A lot of people don't understand. Like, my wife went to school, and I worked my job, worked overtime. She was just a CNA. And then she wanted to be an LVN. And so, like, there was a whole time where I worked, and she, you know, she still had a job, but she had to go to school, and she would be so tired that she didn't want to get up and go to school, and I would force her, like, you know, get up and go to school. Get your ass up and go to. So it's not just her, it's both of us. Like, there was just times where we held each other up. And she believed in me, because no matter what, I was still a good dad to my kids. Even when I was on drugs, they never knew it until that day with the pipe. And I had been on it for 2 years. They never had any type of suspicion. And so I just saw how that played out, and it's just like I had to change my life. Like, and if I was gonna save my family or save myself, like, that was what I had to do. So like I said, she loved me, and she believed in us enough, and she was down. You know, that's the good part of a Venus in Scorpio too. Is like, if they have love for you, if Capricorn too is responsible, but if they have love for you, it's extreme. And so she was just like, bro, like, you have the one, but I have the will. And so she just moved me across the country. She stayed, like I said, we stayed in a motel for 3 weeks, almost a whole month. She ended up getting her a job finally. And once she got her a job, she got us a house, just like that. Or an apartment at first. And then after we did that, like, she's just been there. Once I changed my life, she's been there. But she's also witnessed me build this business with my bare hands. She's seen me start this channel with one subscriber or one viewer and build it to in 3 years to having 8,000. She saw me as soon as she got me away from that shit where I showed her what I was about by doing 400 videos in 1 year. There's not a lot of astrologers that can really support their family doing astrology, and I do. I have struggle times, but I do. Everything that was promised to me by spirit guides or by angels or whatever it was, my mama, my nana, whatever it was, it played out perfectly. Because of my personality, because of my charisma, because of the vibe that I create, people tune in. It's not just because of the knowledge. The knowledge is a part of it, but I'm also the best at what I do. And so there just became this thing to where I built something that was incredibly unique to me, and she knew I would, if she just gave me the space to do so. She gave me the space to do so. And so I'm incredibly grateful. But it's been an uphill battle. But yeah, that's how I beat the drugs. I know it took a long time to tell the story, but it was a long story. That's how I beat the drugs. And I almost had a relapse last year. I know some of y'all were here when my sister died last year, and I had that legal situation where I had to run to Texas. My wife was like, okay, I don't know what to do. We're just going to take you back to your, to your hometown, which wasn't the town we moved from, but, we're going to take you to your hometown where your dad and them are, and, we'll let you hang out there to get your legal situation taken care of. Well, I felt it. I knew what I was doing, as a matter of fact. See, my sister died. She had a fentanyl overdose, accidental fentanyl overdose. And when my sister died, this was right when Saturn was going into Pisces. So this was in January to February of last year. I hadn't been to my hometown in several years. And hold up, I gotta stand up real fast. Just a second. And when I got there, I immediately felt at home. I hadn't seen all my family, and I hadn't seen my friends. And when I was at the funeral, crazy as it was, I seen all of these females I used to fuck with, and it's like, that shit was imprinted in my mind, right? And I wanted to get high. We were in my hometown, like, here where we're at, I don't know anybody. I never leave outside of my house. I've never left my house unless I'm going to the store without my family in 4 years. That's the truth. I have not left my house without my wife or without my kids in 4 years, unless I went to the store on the corner. I haven't driven in 4 years unless I was going to the store on the corner. I used to drive and take the car everywhere and be all out everywhere, but that shit is what makes me do wrong and cheat and do drugs. But it's like, as soon as I got there, like, I knew where the dope was. When I got to my hometown where my sister was, I saw all my old connects. I seen all the streets and shit. Like, I knew where everything was. I knew where everything was, and it just immediately started calling me. And seeing my sister in that casket fucked with me. This is my baby sister. Like, it wasn't my older, like, it's my baby sister. Fucking dead in a fucking box. And I see all my family and all my friends and shit at the funeral, and all my, the streets were there. But I was with my family. So we get back to where we're at. We drive 14 hours to back where we're at. And there was a legal situation that came to my front door. And for me, the first thing I did was propose, hey, man, I should just go back to Texas. And subconsciously, I knew what I was doing. Subconsciously, when I went back there to that funeral, it's like I had already went backwards in my mind. And I was like, man, I was like, just take me to Texas. I'll go down there and stay with my dad and them for a little bit. And then once things die down, I'll come back home. But I knew what I was doing. I mean, it was just a perfect situation that played out. I had other people offer me like, hey, you can come here. You can come here. I was like, no, I'm just going to go to my dad's in Texas. And so as soon as I got to Texas, my wife dropped me off with my sister. My other sister took me to my dad's house. As soon as I got to my dad's house, I called my best friend. The same best friend that I had got hooked on drugs. When y'all talk about survivor's remorse. My best friend, 10 years before this, I had smoked dope with him for the first time. And I had quit, but he still did it. And I knew he still did it. And so as soon as I got away from my family, I knew what I was doing. And I called him and I'm like, hey, bro, I'm in town. And like, he knew exactly. He was like, he's like, I'm going to come. He's like, where you at, your dad's? I was like, yeah. He's like, all right, I got a little bit of shit. I'm going to come over there. Like, it's like the devil knew. I got a little bit of shit. I'm going to come over there. And he came. And when he came, I was about to get high, but then I started thinking about all the people that love me and all the people that, like y'all, that believe in me, and all this fucking pride that people have in me and all this shit. And he was sitting there and I was like, hey, bro, just hold on. And I went in the other room and I called my wife. And I called my wife and I said, hey, I know you just got me here. And I said, I know this is messed up, but you need to come get me. You need to come get me. I called my student and my confidant and my sister, Tiara, that lives on this channel. And I told her, hey, I'm at this nigga's house. I'm at my dad's house. This is not safe. This is not a good place for me to be. And she was like, go to a hotel. I mean, she happens to look out for me. No matter how much shit she talks. She looked out. She said, go to a hotel. She said, I have award points at the hotel. Not a motel, a hotel. She's like, go to that hotel. I was like, my wife is going to come get me. She just can't come today. And she's like, well, go to that hotel. Have whoever it is with you check in. And you can just go stay there until you can get back home. And so that's what I did. I called her. She's like, she's one of us here, the Vibe Tribe. She's one of the major benefactors. And, she's one of my students, and she's my sister in a certain way. And she was, she just, without questions asked, I guess she heard the tone of my voice. She was like, go. She cared. She might talk a lot of shit, but she cared. She's just like, hey, go to that fucking hotel. I'll make sure you're all right. And so my wife, even though she had just took me, she packed up again and drove 14 hours again and came and saved me. And then she took me back home. And I didn't explain to her, but maybe she could tell. But she was just like, man, we can't go to the house. The house is hot right now because of the legal situation. And she was like, you know what I'm going to do? She's like, I'm going to take my whole income tax and I'm just going to put you in a hotel for a couple of months. And that's what she did. Like, she took all of our little, and it cost like $2,000 for a month. And I was there for 2 months. And our rent is half of that. And she was like, all right. And she put me up in a hotel for 2 months. And she came and fed me every day. She drove across the city and fed me every day and brought me food and took me, and stayed the night with me some nights and brought the kids and brought my puppy. That's when she had just got the puppy, brought the puppy to me and just like kept me from getting into that spot. It was like a detox without doing dope because I needed it. Because I went into a toxic place in my mind. And so eventually I pulled myself out of it. Then I started having these health issues that I have now. But yeah, that's what happened last year. Like, I almost lost it last year. I was this close. It was right in front of my face. I'm talking about the pipe was loaded. He was right there. But I just happened to call my wife instead and said, hey, man. I didn't tell her what was happening because she probably would have got pissed. But I just said, hey, I can't do this. She's like, what do you mean? I said, this is not safe. It's not right for me. It's not right for us. I just told her, like, it's fucked up. Like, just come get me as soon as you can because I can't, like, this is going to be bad. And she did. She really did. And that's the story of it all. But yeah. It ain't easy. It never has been. I don't know if I agree with addiction being a disease, but I do feel like it's something that, you know, it grabs a hold of you. I appreciate, I love you too, Lakim Ra, House of Intuition. But yeah. Vanessa, you said, what's my view on Pluto in the first house versus the 12th house, depending on the chart system? It's either in your 12th or your first. Hold up, I'll answer everybody's question, then I gotta go. Virgo and Aries tension. I don't know if there's a tension between Virgo and Aries. I mean, you just might be attracted to some Aries. But Aries is very selfish, and Virgo can be selfless. Not in the same way as Pisces, but like in service oriented. So Aries is the type of person that'll let Virgo do everything for him and let Virgo, you know, let Virgo just, but there's also a non-committal energy between them. I don't know if that's why they're not on the list. So yeah. And then what are Mars and Scorpio more scorpionic than Sun and Scorpio? They can be. I think Scorpio moon is the most scorpionic. What does a Sagittarius North Node in the second house mean? You need to build your self-esteem and be more positive about life. That'll pay off for you. What is my astrological placement that contributed to the opiate addiction? I don't know. I'm a Pisces moon. I see somebody said that, but I mean, there's a lot. The opiate addiction was, I mean, it became a dependence more than an addiction. It was sexual. I didn't really, it wasn't that I enjoyed those. I did those so I could, you know, fuck for a long time. And I really enjoyed how they helped me perform sexually. And so once I did that, and once I got, you know, I got to where I was, you know, I was having access to them a lot, and I would just pop them sparingly in there. It was more like a dependence. But probably my Pisces moon being in the 5th house, or my Lilith being in Gemini in the 8th house. Now, when it comes to Pluto in the 1st versus Pluto in the 12th, is Pluto in the 1st is a certain outer magnetism, and it's a certain, but there's also a repulsion too, and it's a certain power that comes from it. Pluto in the 12th house creates this vacuum inside of a person. And it's more or less like they're drawn to these intense experiences and these intense people and these intense situations and all this stuff because it gives them this opportunity to change from the inside out. Whereas with Pluto in the 1st house, it's more like life happens and things happen in life and it changes a person. And so they adapt and they grow stronger, and they're like a magnetic and adventurous explorer. Whereas Pluto in the 12th house is like a black hole that attracts all, it sucks everything into it, and then who knows what comes out on the other side of that. And then, did anybody else ask any questions? No. Yeah, addiction is that silent monster in the shadows. Pluto and Mars conjunct in the 11th house. You have a lot of influence. And you just want to be involved with people who can help you accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. You want to be involved with like-minded people. But more than anything else, you have, first, the wrong type of friends. But later on, you're trying to find somebody who can help you, do something that can change the world or change the situation for all of y'all. And you have a lot of influence. You pull people into you. You have this thing where people really flock to you, and you can build up a really powerful group of friends. But before that, you have to change your group of friends, because you probably had really powerful friends that were into the wrong shit. But yeah. Hey, I love y'all. I gotta go. I've been talking for 4 hours straight. Mars and Pluto in Scorpio. It means you got a lot of desire. It means you're also very dangerous. What is Moon square Uranus in synastry like? Could it be dangerous for the Uranus person? No, it can be dangerous for the Moon person, but not even really dangerous. It's just like the Moon person is attracted to something different, but the Uranus person is like very dynamic, and they're very they can make a Moon person go crazy, really, because they're like, you don't know whether they're coming or going, or how they feel about a certain, or how they're going to react to a certain situation. So part of the allure that happens at the beginning ends up being the thing that ends up being a problem later on, because the instability of the Uranus person. I love you, Dougie Fresh and So Clean. But yeah, I think that's all we got to say. For any of y'all interested in any astrological readings, don't get at me in these comments. Get at me in my email, which is mr.turner1300@gmail.com. That's mr.turner1300@gmail.com. And that's for all types of readings. You hear me? Not just birth chart readings, which I offer in several different forms, whether it be an audio recording that's like an hour and a half to 2 hours long, or a phone call session where we're on the phone with each other discussing everything, where you can ask questions interactively. That's like 2 to 3 hours long. Or the Zoom session, which is 2 to 4 hours long, where we're face-to-face on camera and we're able to interact in that way. I also offer Pluto through Aquarius transit journey readings, which looks at Pluto's journey through Aquarius and all of the aspects it's going to make to your major placements over the next 20 years. And I give specific dates and time frames on that. All right, it's not just what the aspect is going to affect you, or how the aspect is going to affect you, but also when it's going to be playing out specifically. Whether it be synastry readings, whether it be solar return readings, but also numerology readings. And while the numerology readings are some of the shortest of those services, they're probably the most action-packed and accurate out of all of them. So I appreciate your love and support. This has been an awesome session. I should be back sometime this week, but I have been having to take it easy on my voice. I can't just really come live like I used to. I know y'all want me to, but I can't, because I still have to do readings, and I still, like, just today my throat was bleeding, and until I can go to the fucking hospital, the ear, nose, and throat, which I can't afford right now because I don't have insurance, I'm going to have to take it easy. I mean, eventually I'm going to have to go get my throat biopsied. Plain and simple. I'm going to have to. But I got to get to the ear, nose, and throat. I have to be able to afford that. I'll be here sometime again this week at some point. And then I'll be back at some point next week too. My birthday's next Wednesday. And so I definitely might come on for a birthday special. But I like I said, I have to be very selective, and if it's not going to pay, I can't come. But I love everybody. I appreciate your support. We'll be back. Y'all keep it true till next time.